I would like to return to my village and to be able to walk around the valleys and the little hills and the streams around which I grew up.
Ndiweli Milambo Enamagama is a Xhosa saying which means, I have crossed famous rivers. It refers to the sort of experience and wisdom one gets from being widely travelled. Nelson Mandela used the phrase to reflect on his early life. After crossing some important rivers, he said he realised there were many others still to come. When British forces crossed this river, the Kai, in 1835, it was to begin the final subjugation of the Transkei and its Xhosa-speaking people, among them Mandela's tribe, the Tembu. The advance of the white man had started the previous century, with Trekboers extending the limits of the Cape Colony. 9 wars were fought over 100 years. It was the longest and arguably most damaging conflict in Africa, which shaped the political consciousness of generations to come. Even in this age of rapid technological innovation, Transkei seems remote from city life. For visitors, it offers glimpses of a bygone era and of people who still seem to follow their own rhythm. This is the tail end of an Ifizatu ceremony involving the worship of ancestral spirits. It's intended to bring good luck. The Xhosa were bound in their daily lives and actions by reverence for and fear of their ancestors. A calamity could happen if the spirits were offended. But many sacred rituals and time-honored traditions have been adapted or cast aside with the passing of history. This is an increasingly rare sight, someone still practicing an authentic rural craft. The grass roofs of the beehive-shaped huts or rondavels that dot the Transkei landscape are being rapidly replaced by corrugated iron. Bundling thatch with such care now seems unnecessarily laborious. These are communities mainly of women, children, and the elderly. Most able-bodied men are away for long spells as contract labourers. When Mandela was a child, the Transkei was still able to support a peasant economy. But overcrowding in the pockets of land that had been reserved for blacks only contributed to a collapse in agriculture. Any serious farming is now carried out by only the most persistent. Mandela's boyhood memories are also of old men who could still recall a time when the Xhosa were undefeated. Their tales of brave resistance and of African tribal society, sometimes idealized, helped restore the pride of people who'd been humiliated by conquest. Any visit to Nelson Mandela's birthplace might just as well start here at the Nelson Mandela Museum in Umtata. It tells you about the struggles he faced, the victories he had. It's packed with gifts and awards from all over the world. But most importantly, it lays this region's claim to the most towering figure in South African politics. The building which houses the museum is wallowing in a newfound self-respect. Originally the centre of colonial rule in the area, it became the parliament for the nominally independent Transkei when Pretoria was pursuing its dream of geographic as well as political apartheid. In the room where only government-approved black leaders once met, giant portraits of Mandela gaze back at him. This was the official opening of the museum in 2000. Zibikeli Mkhabalela works at the Nelson Mandela Museum. He's offered to take me on a tour of Mandela country. As if to assert his credentials, he proudly announces he was born in the same village as Mandela, Mvezo. Mvezo is only 70 kilometers away, but it'll be a while before it's firmly on the tourist map. The road is a driver's nightmare, deeply rutted and strewn with tire-gouging rocks. Stray animals readily take their chances with approaching vehicles. Until Mandela's release from prison, only a few people in Mvezo knew or even acknowledged that this was where he was born. Home for the Mandelas was here on the banks of the Mbashi River in Tembuland, the southern part of Transkei. Mandela's father, Gadla Henry Mpakanyiswa, was the chief or village headman of Mvezo. He was also a valued councillor to the Tembu royal family. As grand as it all sounded, Mandela said even then the role of a chief had become debased by white colonial rule. Mandela's mother, Nosekeni, was the third of his father's 4 wives. The couple had 4 children, 3 girls and Nelson.
This is the actual hut that Nelson Mandela was born in. Yeah.
How did they prove something like that, or how sure can they be that this was Mandela's birthplace?
I think we knew it through research. Mm-hmm. Yes. And Nelson Mandela visited the site, and maybe he said, this is the actual hut where he was born in.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So he remembered the exact spot himself?
Yes. Because there's nothing has changed.
In his autobiography, Nelson Mandela notes that his father was a wealthy nobleman by the standards of his time. But life was still simple. The family kraal included a few thatched huts, a fenced-in enclosure for animals, and fields for growing crops. This is the ancient grindstone that Mandela's mother once used to pound maize. According to Mandela, she was an excellent grinder. The caretaker of Mandela's ancestral kraal, John Tjelakulu, is a fastidious man. Nobody gets out of signing the visitor's book, least of all Mandela. This was on his 87th birthday. Mandela had wanted to celebrate quietly by visiting his birthplace. A fold-up table and chairs were laid out in anticipation. These are rare pictures of Mandela enjoying the quiet surroundings of his birthplace, filmed by a member of his staff. But the tranquility was short-lived. Before long, it seemed the entire village up the hill had gate-crashed the party. Mandela appeared genuinely pleased by the invasion and insisted on being introduced to each of the children, nearly 100 in all. He's always had a special affinity with children, but these ones share his deep rural roots.
Happy birthday to you.
Those close to Mandela say he visibly relaxes here, even tucking into the champagne, although he seldom touches alcohol. Village elders from Mvezo congregate around Mandela. One of them tells Mandela how pleased they are he's there in person because they usually see him only on television. Mandela indulges their long-winded stories, just like his father would have done before he was deposed as chief of Mvezo.
As you can see, the Mandela family had a commanding view from here. The Mbashi River winds through the valley just beyond the cultivated land there. But the young Nelson didn't have a chance to savour the beauty of the place. He was only 2 when his father was charged with insubordination by a white magistrate.
It was a pretty minor dispute over cattle, but Mandela's father rebuffed attempts by the magistrate to intervene. Since his position was as much dependent on the approval of the colonial administration as tribal lineage, the magistrate, enraged at the slight, stripped Gadla of his title and evicted him from his land.
We lost the chieftaincy in 1920 when my great-grandfather, Chief Mpakanyiswa Gadla Mandela, rejected a summon by a magistrate, a local magistrate in Biki. And by so doing, he was saying that here in Tembuland, he only recognizes the Tembu customs and the Tembu traditions. And he rejected any foreign rule or any allegiance to British colonialism.
Of the many dreams nurtured by Mandela, getting back his family land was certainly one of them. Under new laws imposed a few years before his father was evicted, black people in South Africa had lost most of their land. You needed to hang on to what you had. While Gudla's stand against the magistrate might have been laudable, it was also foolhardy. His family faced ruin. Mandela reckoned later that his father's proud rebelliousness was passed on to him. But he's here to see his grandson Mandla reclaim the traditional leadership of Mvezo. Mandela now has the power to decide disputes and to try certain criminal and civil cases. Although this kind of local rule doesn't fit easily into a modern democracy, South Africa's new constitution recognizes and protects traditional customs and laws. Some weeks later, Mandla was overseeing plans to revamp his family's historic kraal. A new great place, as the Xhosa call the seat of their chiefs, was already taking shape. Nothing too ostentatious. It's made up of a cluster of modern-day rondavels. The ruins of the original huts were also about to have replicas grafted onto them. Just like it used to be, or so it was promised.
It is very important to me, before I start erecting any other roundavels, that I start with the household of my great-grandfather and ensure that it is fully intact.
But Mandla intends the family property to be more than a Mandela memorial. He wants to set up a model farm on land that's been untilled longer than anyone can remember.
My grandfather, when he tells his story, is that his father owned the land from above the hill all the way to Mbashe River. But today, with my installation, we've had to buy a lot of the land back, which was lost to us. As you know, that legally, if a person has been occupying land for more than 30 years, it becomes theirs. We've been away from Mvezo for 87 years.
Mandla's hoping to encourage the people of Mvezo to return to farming, in the same way his grandfather inspired his countrymen to reclaim their rights.
People here in Mvezo have a lot of expectations by me having the family name of the Mandelas. And we are in one of the most impoverished areas in South Africa, where people are very reliant on government grants. They're no longer working the land, doing agriculture, growing maize, wheat, sorghum. And people have just become too reliant on government grants. And by me being here, I'm hopefully going to work hand in hand with people and try and insist that they go back to their natural ways of working the land and growing maize, and being able to come up with sustainable programs that will ensure that the people of Mvezo are able to develop.
Qunu is the place Nelson Mandela said he traced his earliest memories. His mother set up home here after they were evicted from Mvezo. It's a relatively short trip in a car, but quite a trek if you're doing it on foot. The young Mandela would have been carried on his mother's back all the way to Qunu, much the same way as this woman is doing. Mandela remembers Qunu as the place he spent some of the happiest years of his boyhood. Like today, it consisted of no more than a few hundred people.
Bricks and mortar are replacing a lot of the traditional housing in Qunu. This home belongs to one of Nelson Mandela's relatives, and it's on the spot where his mother built her 3 huts when she first arrived here from Mvezo in the early 1920s. And here you can just make out the circular mound that would have been the foundation of one of those huts.
People here are happy to oblige with tales about the man from their village who became president. But there aren't many who remember Mandela from his pre-prison days. His younger relatives have only dim recollections.
Ekhuleni mandilinde ndizikhumbula banaxa ke ndandisemncinci. Ebetha ufika. Asithathe ke siqokelele. Sicule ke laa ngoma yakhe ayithanda ukuthi mayibuye iAfrika.
Ngizombona mna kwelithuba aqala usixelela ngelizwe lakhe malibuye.
From where we're sitting, you can see the home Mandela built for his retirement. These people are obviously proud of their association with him. But there was a time they could never admit to it.
Kungekho nto ndandiziva ngela xesha ipha siqithini. Akukho nto ndandiziva. Kuba nam ke ndandisoyika ukuya kuye pha esiqithini. Hayi ndandisoyika.
Hayi ayizange ifike loo nto kum. Kuba ndaqiniseka uba umntu oqala uvalelwa phaa ejele ndim kunaye.
Anybody who is anybody in Qunu has a millie patch. Nombulelo Ngqebetshana is one of Mandela's nieces. If there's something she doesn't know about millies, it's not worth knowing. For generations, the millies have been harvested from the field when hard and dry and stored for later use. Rural life is often precarious, but Nombulelo Ngqebetshana had to contend with other problems.
Londo ke leyo ke lento yalo mzabalazo kwakungafuneki uthi ingwa uyayazi ngalo maxesha. Kwawufuneka uthi mandindiwasemthatha xa ndiphaya. Bazandibuza kabelungu bandazi intoni ngone wazi intoni ngoNelson Mandela. Ndithi ke mna andimazi lo mntu lo. Engwasemthatha nje ndithi umthatha Johanna umthatha nje ngeTransvaal le. Mkhulu ngolo hlobo asazani kangako nabantu bathesa. Uzawumazi umuntu ke kufitshane kuwo. Sasibanjwa awuzawubanjwa kaloku nawe. Into ndamphikelela ngawuzawubanjwa kaloku ndimphika ngondimazi uba ndiyazalana naye kakhulu.
Youngsters goading cattle can be found all over the Transkei. They shoulder a big responsibility. You're looking at the family fortune here. Mandela was only 5 when he became a herd boy. In his autobiography, he wrote about the almost mystical attachment that the Xhosa have for cattle, not only as a source of food and wealth, but as a blessing from God. Mandela was never particularly religious. His father adhered to the traditional faith involving the worship of ancestral spirits. But his mother became a devout Christian at the insistence of 2 proselytizing brothers in Qunu. A Methodist, or Wesleyan church as it was then known, had been built in the 1880s at the top of a hill, probably to remind people it was there.
Sadly, this church is showing the very obvious stresses of old age. Apparently it's deteriorated quite rapidly in recent years. But this is the building where Nelson Mandela's mother brought him to be baptized at the age of 6, shortly after she converted to Christianity. Where now?
As you make your way around Qunu, even popping into the local trading store for a cool drink takes on a special significance.
This shop is where Nelson Mandela first saw a white person.
Really?
Because this shop was originally owned by the white shopkeeper.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yes.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder what Nelson Mandela bought all those years ago when he came here. I don't suppose it could have been a Coke. What would you like to drink?
I would like to drink lemon twist.
Could I have a lemon twist as well, please?
1 tea.
2 lemon twists, please.
The same brothers who encouraged Mandela's mother to join the Methodist Church also put pressure on her to send her son to the local mission school. For any child, it's a big step, but for Nelson it was momentous. No one in his family had received any basic education. He was duly enrolled at the school in Qunu, and his traditional name, Kgolihlahla, was dumped on the first day, like many other mission-educated children at the time.
And there were only 4 roundabouts here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And here you can see the rocks. If you see, this is the original foundation stone. If you follow it, you could see that this is a complete circle.
So it actually makes a full circle that you can still see to this day. Well, perhaps not much to see nowadays, but this is where Nelson Mandela's well-intentioned teacher, who arguably through some misplaced loyalty gave him a name that would stick, Nelson. Ironically, he went on to become more famous than his English namesake.
Mandela wrote that from an early age he spent most of his free time in the veld, playing with other boys. High-performance cars weren't around then. But as a child, Mandela recalls careering down smooth rocks in the hills above Qunu. They were known as sliding stones.
I can imagine for a kid it's pretty daunting, but when your bones are getting old, it's doubly so. It's only about 40 meters, but it's going to be a long 40 meters. Here goes.
Another popular pastime was stick fighting. Most young boys were potential warriors, so it was more than just a game. They learned valuable combat skills, how to attack and defend, or how to strategize in the thick of battle. Mandela described stick fighting as essential knowledge. It's all but disappeared now, but Zimisele Hempi still trains a handful of would-be gladiators in this African martial art. Mandela said he became adept at the various techniques in stick fighting, parrying blows, feinting in one direction and striking in another, breaking away from an opponent with quick footwork. But things could get a little ugly at times.
Wayengumuntu othanda udlala intonga, umqaphela kwami. Wayenehempe ende uzomqaphela kwami. Kwela xesha labo ke babenganxibi izibhlukhwe. Babethatha izibhlukhwe ezihempe zotata babo esikolweni banxibe zotata babo esikolweni. Abathengelwa ihempe emlinganayo. Unalo hempe ke uthanda ukolusa ke ngapha ngasezixhotyeni. Buye ngexesha ke kuthi uguzukile. Uyawubethwa ke kodwa kuye yonke le nto besenzana inkomo beziphi bezityama sima abantu. Uzawubethwa ke ngoku kodwa uguzukile eguzukile njalo.
Mandela's relatively carefree days in the rolling hills around Qunu came to an abrupt end when his father died from lung disease. He's buried in Qunu in the family graveyard, close to his wife. Realizing his days were numbered, Gadla prevailed on his friend, the regent of the Tembu people, Jongintabo Dalindyebo, to look after his young son. It's not clear why Mandela, of all Gadla's children, was singled out for such special treatment. But Mandela's subsequent relationship with the Tembu royal family was to have a marked influence on both his character and his fortunes. Once again, we're dodging potholes and livestock. This is the road to Mqekezweni, where Jongintaba, the man who was to become Mandela's new father figure, maintained his great place.
As you can see, the trees there and the white building is next to the great place where Nelson Mandela was taken to by his mother after his father died when he was 9 years.
Right, yeah, I can see it just through the trees there.
Yes, it's there in Mqekezweni.
Jongintaba was appointed acting king of the Tembus because the heir apparent, Sabata, was too young to rule. Consequently, Mqekezweni was the provisional capital of Tembuland.
And would there have been villages around the great place at the time? Villages like this?
Yeah, I think so. There were villages like this for that time.
So this would have been the center of power in Tembuland?
Yes, it is.
In truth, the takeover by whites had deprived the Tembu rulers of any real authority. But they continued to conduct traditional courts and exercise some authority over the distribution of land under their control. Tribal meetings were held under these trees, where even Jongintaba could be admonished by his subjects.
Mandela then was young. He used to hide on the other side of the kraal, really? Listening to the elders here. That's where he got the wisdom. Yes.
For instance, if somebody stole somebody else's cattle or whatever, and they arrested the person, would that person be brought here?
Brought here, not to the magistrate. Yeah, he was sentenced here.
And what sort of sentence would he have received for stealing? Cattle?
Maybe going to be sentenced an ox.
He would have to pay an ox.
Pay an ox.
That would be a fine.
That will be a fine, or 2 oxen.
Or more.
Yeah, or more.
Yeah.
It depends on the weight of the case.
Okay, and I imagine they also settled land disputes here.
Yeah, land dispute.
Right.
They were settled here.
Okay.
There's no other place.
And
Mandela claims that his own notions of leadership were substantially shaped by what he observed at the Great Place. He greatly admired the consensual decision-making, although in later political life, he occasionally acted unilaterally, even if this clashed with his ideals.
And my grandfather tells a lot of tales about the olden days and about how the kingdom used to be. And it has changed today. It's not what it used to be in the past. You know, in the past it used to be about collective leadership, but today we seem to be focusing on individuals, and individuals seem to think that they form the kingship, and that's what my grandfather has been really against throughout his life. That leadership is about a collective contribution of the masses.
Mqhekezweni was an entirely new world for Mandela, and he admitted that many of his established beliefs and loyalties began to ebb away. The Western-style houses among the Rondavels at Mqhekezweni were a sign of great wealth. One of the more offbeat recollections in Mandela's autobiography was of the wooden floors in these houses. He'd never seen such luxury. Mqhekezweni was bustling on the day of our visit. Final preparations were being made for the installation of a new chief here too. There was quite a collection of people, all seeming to contribute to the arrangements. This is how Mandela must have experienced Mqhekezweni. Days later, he was there himself for the installation ceremony. Some things had obviously changed, but the traditions, colour and vibrancy of the occasion must have thrown up lots of memories for him. It was in this rural atmosphere that the African notion of human brotherhood, or Ubuntu, made an impact on Mandela. Ubuntu provides the basis of the Xhosa people's intricate code of social laws. A difficult concept for some outsiders to grasp. It suggests that your humanity is derived from how you interact with others. A person is a person through other people, is how it's sometimes explained. Mandela described Jongan Thaba, his new father figure, as a man with a sturdy presence, upon whom all eyes gazed. Looking at this photo, you can see what he meant. Alongside Jongan Thaba is a picture of his son, Justice, 4 years Mandela's senior. Very much a role model for the young Mandela, he was an all-round sportsman and ladies' man of note. Mandela, 19 years old when this picture was taken, is showing off his first suit. Like his royal guardian, Mandela was very clothes-conscious. The photo collection belongs to Justice's widow, Nozalile Mthekganga. Justice died many years ago, but his wife was not forgotten by the man who helped change the course of South African history. For Mandela, the church at Mqhekezweni played an unwitting role in his first serious romance. It was during a service here that he took a shine to the Methodist minister's daughter. Her name was Winnie Matiolo, not to be confused with Winnie Madikizela, who featured so prominently in Mandela's later life. More than just a teenage fling, Mandela wrote about it in Long Walk to Freedom.
Kodwa ukhohlahla ngevana lento ufile ngumuntu ophandle mina yiyo ndandingava umama strict sasifihla.
Winnie's father was also a formidable man, a fire and brimstone preacher as Mandela recalls. But this didn't stop Mandela from raiding the Reverend's Millie patch. Bafana Magadla's memory also stretches back a long time. He's now an elder at Mqekezweni. He can remember Mandela having a rebellious streak, especially when he and Justice got together.
Ndikhumbula okokuba babefunda apha eMqekezweni beyalwa sisifa uba bayalwa ukumkani uJongintaba esithi fundani Justice, Kholihlahla fundani, ilizwe ekugqibeleni lizawuphathwa nini. Ndikhumbula zonto awayezithetha. Kwenzeka ke ngokukhula kakuhle kwabo bathatha imoto bayidrayiva kanti abanalayisensi babanjwa.
Ngathi abantu unawile nonyana kaJongintaba uJustice bazonwabele nje kuhanjwa nezinto wathi tjena ezinto zabaqaba on a Saturday kuyiwe ke nesike Mpologwe ababekele Mpologwe ke asisiva uJustice inyana kaJongintaba wayebe umbukayise lebebunje khona double barrel ayi napha nasike amaqabo yikeke ake kudlalwe kahle nake andiyazi into ngezonto seyiva nje xa sinokhona.
For the most part, though, Mandela seemed to conform to the expectations of his guardian. He went through the ritual circumcision that marks a Xhosa boy's transition to manhood. According to Xhosa tradition, an uncircumcised male can't inherit his father's wealth, marry, or officiate in tribal rituals. Mandela, together with his adoptive brother Justice, was brought to the secluded valley on the banks of the Mbashi River. Known as Chilaga, it's the traditional place of circumcision for Tembu royalty. They lived here for a while, isolated from society. Mandela said it was a kind of spiritual preparation for the trials of manhood that lay ahead.
The initiation ceremony was obviously a physical ordeal for the young men. The circumcision was carried out using an assegai or spear, and it was a disgrace to cry out in pain. Nelson Mandela remembers it taking ages for him to regain his composure before shouting out Indian Daughter, which means I am a man.
Some apparently well-intentioned remarks at the initiation ceremony by Jongintaba's brother, Chief Meleqeli, added to Mandela's discomfort. Chief Meleqeli said although ritual circumcision promised them manhood, it was an empty and illusory promise, because under white rule, they had no control over their destiny. Mandela initially dismissed the comments. He regarded the white man then as a benefactor, not an oppressor. But in time, he said, the chief's words began to work on him. By now, Mandela's future had been mapped out. Jongintaba wanted him to continue his education until he was fit to serve as a royal councillor, just like his father. Many young men of Mandela's generation received only rudimentary schooling. Most had none at all.
Ayabonakala uba ngawesikolo isuka apha ebhitini ayibophelelanga le nto iyichief apha entloko ihamba njengoba ndinje inkwenkwe yesikolo efundayo. Kwakukuhle bafunda abafundayo kuba wafunda omnye wabo owayekunye nabo uKD wafunda yena wade wayinto wade wayi-prime minister yena ngenxa yofunda.
Bafana Magadla is explaining the sharp cleavage that existed in Xhosa society at the time. A distinction was made between pagan red people and Christian school people. The red were largely conservative traditionalists, while the school had been westernized to a degree. Mandela was decidedly school. Since Johannesburg was a committed Methodist, it was inevitable he'd send Mandela to his own alma mater, Clarkebury. The school was set up by pioneering Methodist missionaries who penetrated the Eastern Cape along with the invading British armies. The Xhosas tended to view the missionaries with ambivalence, part suspicious, part grateful. They were seen as agents of British imperialism, but who helped produce a new class of well-educated young Xhosas, many of whom became involved in the political struggles of later years. In fact, the area is regarded as the cradle of African nationalism, largely because missionary endeavours, including education, began here earlier and more intensively than anywhere else. In its heyday, Clarkebury was the biggest educational institution in Tembuland. But the decaying buildings are hard to reconcile with an illustrious past. Clarkebury went into a terminal decline when the apartheid government withdrew funding from church schools in the 1950s. Today, a small school in several refurbished buildings retains some continuity with the past. Mandela stayed in the double-storey hostel, which dominated the top end of the campus. Only the shell now remains.
Nelson Mandela's room in this hostel was in the upper wing there. The building was vacated in the late 1980s when pupils were relocated to a dormitory down the road. The building rapidly fell into rack and ruin. Apparently 2 boys set it alight when they tried to smoke out a swarm of bees, and locals plundered it for building materials like windows and doors.
Mandela's pride took a bit of a battering at Clarkebury. When he first arrived, he made a fool of himself as he struggled to walk in the first pair of boots he'd ever worn. After the deference he'd experienced at Ekezweni, he was suddenly being treated like everyone else. There were plenty of other boys there with distinguished lineages. By his own admission, Mandela had a lot of catching up to do. Most of his classmates could outrun him on the playing field and outthink him in the classroom. The principal, Reverend Cecil Harris, was a tough disciplinarian who ran Clarkebury more like a military institution. Mandela got to know him intimately. He spent hours tending Reverend Harris's garden after John Gintaba asked him to take Mandela under his wing.
There's not much evidence of a garden here, but this is where the Reverend Harris deigned to allow the young Mandela to work as a special kind of privilege instead of doing other manual labour with the rest of the pupils from Clarkebury. Mrs. Harris would come out of the kitchen with tea and scones and chat with Mandela. In fact, the Harris family was the first white family with whom Mandela became familiar.
Healdtown, the other elite Methodist educational institution where Mandela completed his schooling, is also quite a wreck. Like Clarkebury, some restoration work is being carried out, but many of the buildings appear beyond saving. In Mandela's time, the ivy-covered walls and tree-shaded courtyards gave it the feeling of a privileged academic oasis. Even if some pupils didn't excel, Healdtown's founding fathers seemed intent that all who studied here should set their sights high. The school motto, translated from Latin, reads, "They soar as if with the wings of eagles." Mandela is in this battered old photo from Healdtown. Amazingly, it came to light only recently and is the oldest known picture of Mandela. The white man at the centre is Arthur Wellington, headmaster of Healdtown. He was a staunch English patriot who liked to boast about his connection to the Duke of Wellington, the British general who defeated Napoleon at Waterloo. The British world view permeated Healdtown, and an English education model provided the basis for all teaching. Lapsing into your home language was a punishable offence.
Walking in the grounds there in Healdtown, we must speak English. If a prefect passes us talking our own language, you are charged and you are penalized. You go to and work labor, do some labor work at a certain time, say on a weekend, that's all.
Sundays at Heeltown provided a vivid display of how comfortably the imperialist and missionary traditions coexisted. The boys and girls assembled under a Union Jack and marched to church accompanied by a brass band. Although Mandela was very proud of his own culture, he could see the benefits of a liberal English education. Janiko Njukweni was at Heeltown with Mandela. He remembers Mandela somewhat precociously exhorting his classmates to study harder.
Before the students wrote their examinations, he would encourage them at the boys' hostel. He would stand up, go to the stage and address the students, encouraging them when they were going to write the examinations.
Encouraging them to study?
Encouraging them to study and encouraging them to write well.
So he was something of a motivator even then?
Yes. He was a good student.
Mandela was appointed a prefect in his second year at Heeltown. Night duty involved patrolling in front of his dormitory here to apprehend fellow pupils who, in typical schoolboy fashion, insisted on relieving themselves from the veranda instead of going to the outside toilet. The housemaster was Reverend Seth Mokatimi. He impressed Mandela by standing up to the autocratic headmaster, demonstrating, Mandela said, that a black man did not have to defer automatically to a white, however senior he was. But Mandela's most memorable experience at Heeltown was during a school assembly in the dining hall. Dr. Wellington always made a grand entrance through Wellington's door, so-called because no one ever walked through it except Dr. Wellington. One morning, however, a black man in a leopard skin kaross, clutching 2 spears, led the way, with Dr. Wellington following. He was the famous Xhosa poet Samuel Mqhayi, whose writing was a major source of inspiration for early African nationalists.
Mandela said when Samuel Mqhayi rose to speak, he was initially disappointed. He wasn't terribly distinguished looking, and apart from his clothes, was quite ordinary. But Mandela said he could hardly believe his ears when, in the presence of Dr. Wellington and other whites, Mqhayi spoke about blacks having succumbed to the false gods of the white man for too long.
Mqhayi was also renowned for his performance as an imbongi, a praise singer who marks important events with poetry in an often exaggerated manner. He raged against foreign culture, predicting how the forces of African society would eventually overcome it. This got the audience onto their feet, clapping and cheering. Mandela said Mqhayi's performance was like a comet streaking across the night sky, and he began to alter his perceptions of white men like Dr. Wellington. But many years later, he would still pay tribute to the missionaries who educated him, even if they had ulterior motives.
At a time when the government took no interest whatsoever in our education, it was the churches that established schools, right from sub-A up to the university. All these were church schools established and financed by the church. Therefore, religion is in our blood, and that is why we are so emotional when we talk about the church.
Mandela was only vaguely interested in politics as a young man. Even when he went on to university, his heart was set on a conservative professional career as a court interpreter, which carried much status in rural areas. The South African Native College at Fort Hare as it was then known, was the only black university in the country. Here's Mandela's name in the students' register. Mandela was proud to get into Fort Hare. In his memoirs, he remarked that for black South Africans, Fort Hare was Oxford and Cambridge, Harvard and Yale, all rolled into one. He also described it as home and incubator of some of Africa's greatest scholars. Mandela particularly admired this man, Julie Jabavu, Fort Hare's first black professor. Something of a rarity according to Mandela, he had a degree in English from London University, but he was also a strong proponent of African rights. Mandela stayed in the Methodist hostel Wesley House on the edge of the campus. What remains of the original building is presumably making way for something bigger and better. Mandela's elder cousin, Kaiser Matanzima, was a fellow resident at Wesley House. The two became political enemies in later years when Matanzima sided with the apartheid authorities. But at Fort Hare, they were inseparable. Matanzima shared his money with Mandela and actively encouraged him to concentrate on law. Mandela is being helped here into the striped blazer of his alma mater. He was receiving Fort Hare's top honor, along with other famous alumni, including the Zulu leader Chief Mangosuthu Buthelezi, whose politics diverged from many of his student contemporaries.
You must remember the whole of Southern Africa was not liberated at that time. And therefore, all of us, were bound to think alike as far as what to do about our oppression, what to do about liberation of our country.
Although Mandela's prospects at Fort Hare were good, his stay was abruptly terminated after a show of rebelliousness. He became embroiled in a row about the university's perennially poor food and the powers of the Students' Representative Council. The principal, Dr. Alexander Kerr, gave Mandela an ultimatum, but Mandela rejected it, admitting later he was as surprised as Dr. Kerr by his action. Back at Mqhekezweni, John Gintaba was preparing his own surprise for Mandela. He was planning arranged marriages for Mandela and his own son Justice. This wasn't what they had in mind. They decided to defy the regent and try their luck in Johannesburg. If this wasn't enough, they stole 2 of his best oxen to fund their escapade. Nozalile Mtekhaga, who of course eventually became Justice's wife, remembers how shocked people were.
Ngapha ekhaya seva into ukubana umkile. Esimele no bawukholihlahla bemnkabakhwela bapheke eGauteng bebakhe inkomo zikabawo bemkanaso bafuna imali ngazo. Ekuhambeni kwabo ke bephaya emazweni. Ndifumanisa into kokubana babefikele kumzi omnye. Bathi bakuba befikele kulomzi kwacaca into kubana lo mzi unentokazi ezinhle. Kwacaca ba lo wamsengenile kwelikhaya. Wathi uba uRholihlahla hayibo masingaqale sibe nento esiyenzayo kwintombi zalapha kuba ezi ntokazi zinabantu bazo sakuba sengxakini.
This is the rondavel that Mandela and Justice shared at Mqhekezweni, probably where they hatched their audacious plan to flee to Johannesburg. It was no way to repay John Gintaba's kindness, biting the proverbial hand that had fed them. But the young men couldn't allow themselves to succumb to an attack of conscience. For Mandela, the decision to start a new life in the country's largest city would obviously have much greater repercussions than he or anybody realized at the time. Much of what he learnt here would go with him and become part of the Mandela icon.
Nelson Mandela had an extraordinary ability to combine traditional and modern values. This probably explains why he appealed to such a broad cross-section of people. There's little doubt that his formative years in this part of the world helped shape the man who was to become South Africa's greatest leader.
It's been a long time since a train passed through this station. This is where Mandela and Justice attempted to set out on their long trip to Johannesburg. But John Gintaba was one step ahead of them. He suspected they were up to something and instructed the station master not to sell them tickets. With the regent breathing down their necks, they raced off to another station where they wouldn't be recognized. Mandela was on the run, and it wouldn't be the only time in his life. Nelson Mandela's first glimpse of Johannesburg was at night from a car. After giving up on the train, he and Justice managed to hitch a lift from the Transkei, ironically with a white woman. She kept a close eye on them in her rearview mirror. The city of gold showed its glamorous side as they drove by, but the metropolitan sophistication was for whites only. Black people were there to make life easier. It was 1941. South Africa was fighting on the side of the Allies against Nazi Germany. The war was creating a boom. Despite efforts to limit the influx of blacks from the rural areas, there was an increased demand for labor. Mandela and Justice found work at Crown Mines. Mandela as a night watchman, and Justice, because he was the son of the Tembu Regent, as a clerk. Looking more like management than a worker, this is the only known picture of Mandela at the time he was at Crown Mines.
The gold mines were at the centre of Johannesburg's economy. Most of the rural workers arriving in this city gravitated to them. Crown Mines was the largest gold mine, but for Mandela there was nothing magical about the place. But it did mean a much-needed job.
After long hours underground, the mine workers were cooped up in cramped barracks. This old hostel in Newtown, Johannesburg, now the Workers' Museum, has the kind of concrete bunks that made it difficult to get a good night's sleep. Mandela would have sensed the anger of his fellow mine workers about their poor conditions and derisory wages. But new to the city and in a new job, he steered clear of politics. He and Justice were soon in trouble, though. After boasting about leaving the Transkei without the blessing of the regent, they were thrown off Crown Mines. With things suddenly looking bleak, Mandela was put in touch with a man who was able to pull a few strings for him. Walter Sisulu juggled business with politics. He was a busy estate agent who was becoming increasingly active in the African National Congress.
It was very difficult, if not impossible, for black people to rent office space in the Johannesburg city centre. But after a long battle with the authorities, Walter Sisulu was given permission to set up shop in that building over there. he had a well-established network of contacts, and many young, ambitious black people newly arrived in the city would come here for his advice. Nelson Mandela was among them.
When Walter Sisulu met his wife-to-be, Albertina, he and Mandela were firm friends. They were so close, Albertina initially thought Mandela was a relative.
He is from a great home in the Transkei. And Walter knew some of those old people there. So that's why I think he was so friendly to him, to teach him whatever he wants him to know in Johannesburg.
The Sisulus were impressed that Mandela wanted to finish his studies, even contemplating law. But he didn't give much else away at the time.
Nelson was just a student, and we didn't even know how far he's going to go with his education. What is he going to be? So we didn't know anything more than he was a young boy then.
These two men also helped Mandela find his feet in Johannesburg, something he'd never forget, as this picture shows. Lazar Sadelsky, on the right, was the lawyer who employed Mandela as a clerk on Walter Sisulu's recommendation. On the left is Nat Bregman, Sadelsky's cousin. He did articles at the law firm with Mandela. Their desks were side by side. Bregman was a member of the Communist Party and introduced Mandela to his social circle.
We established sort of a natural relationship because, I didn't particularly distinguish between black and white because at the time I was a member of the Communist Party and I had black friends and I had Indian friends and I had Chinese friends, and we used to socialize. It was unusual at the time, but as far as I was concerned, I didn't think it was unnatural to have a black friend or an Indian friend or a Chinese friend.
As liberal as the law firm was there, I believe that Nelson Mandela did experience some instances of racial discrimination. There was that story about the teacups when the secretary would let him drink only from the ones that had been reserved for black members of the firm.
Yeah, then as in our offices right throughout the country, there was a place for blacks and a place for whites, and there was very, very little, interaction between the black staff and the white staff. They even they're supposed to have their own cups and things like that. Although Miss Lieberman, who was in working at the time, said that she'd got new cups and everybody was supposed to drink black and white, but it wasn't really the case.
Like any good communist, Bregman tried to recruit new members to the party. But when it came to Mandela, politics per se was then a hard sell.
He was only interested in getting through his exams. He was not interested in politics at all. He had an open mind, but I would think that he was a very conservative person as far as politics is concerned. I don't think he had any interest in politics at all at that time.
Despite this, Bregman remembers a seemingly casual but prophetic remark by Mandela.
Don't ask me when or how or in what circumstances this happened. If you see Nelson, ask him. But one day he leaned back in his chair. Nat, he said, one day I'm going to be Prime Minister of this country.
With a regular job now, Mandela started taking on the trappings of an urban African. He rented this room in a yard in Alexandra, known then as Dark City, because of the complete absence of electricity. For the first time in his life, Mandela had to fend for himself. Like most other black professionals, he was paid miserably. He'd go without meals and frequently walk to work in the city centre to save on bus fare. When the bus company hiked fares by a penny in the early 1940s, the residents of Alexandra retaliated with a boycott. Mandela took part in a march in support of the boycott, for the first time moving from observer to participant, as he would later remark. The bus company caved into the pressure and scrapped the fare increase. The role of mass action in forcing the bus company's hand made a lasting impression on Mandela. This is Mandela with his classmates from law school at the University of the Witwatersrand in the 1940s. It's the official photo of their reunion in 1996. Mandela enrolled at WITS, as it's known, after completing his Bachelor of Arts degree by correspondence. Advocate Jules Brody would probably scoff if you suggested he was a radical in his student days. But he befriended Mandela at WITS at a time when any fraternization between blacks and whites made heads turn.
There was no mixing of colours at WITS. People, we used to sit with Mandela and talk to him about what we thought could be the future of South Africa, hopefully. And those of us who did that were looked upon as rather strange that we should, make a friend of the black chaps. There were plenty of white people you could be friends with. Why did you have to be friends with the black people? That was an attitude, even at WITS.
Although WITS prided itself on being a liberal university and allowed black students to study here, in reality they never felt comfortable. In fact, Nelson Mandela's law professor even had the temerity to suggest that African and women students weren't sufficiently disciplined to master the intricacies of law.
We had a professor by the name of Harlow who lectured to us on the law of persons. And one day he was very nasty about an essay that Mandela had written as part of a project that we all had to do. And he said, "You call this an essay?" And very nastily spoke about it. And when he walked away, Mandela turned to me and he said, "I only wish that fellow had to write an essay by oil lamp in Sapphire Town at night." He said, "I don't think he would find it quite as easy as he makes it out to be."
In a way, Mandela may have reinforced his law professor's prejudices. His studies were squeezed in between his work as a clerk in Sadelsky's law firm, and after 6 years at WITS, he left without his LLB degree. But Mandela was being drawn increasingly into the political fray. At university, at work, and through friends like Walter Sisulu, he was continually meeting people who were seething about the racial injustices. If you had a black skin, Johannesburg was a hostile place to be.
It was terrible. It was terrible, my dear, really, because there were areas where you are not supposed to go. In town.
You couldn't be in a white area after 9 o'clock at night. You had to leave town by 9 o'clock. It's the last bus that leaves town for the township. If you miss that, that means it's either you're going to end up in prison, or you sleep in the street or walk to your home.
Being from the Transkei, where everybody is free, to me it looked like a prison to us. It's Johannesburg.
This is Vilakazi Street in Soweto. Very famous street because it was home to 2 Nobel Peace Prize winners. Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who lived in the house behind the grey wall just there, and just a little further up the road, Nelson Mandela, of course. The residents apparently nicknamed this area Westcliff after the fancy white suburb to the north. A very ironic sense of humour because this area looked nothing like Westcliff.
Mandela's house is in a part of Soweto known as Orlando. When Johannesburg was being shaped as an apartheid city in the 1930s, Spartan houses, dubbed matchboxes, were being built here en masse. One was allocated to Mandela when his first wife, Evelyn, was expecting a baby. They had 4 children, one of whom died as an infant.
Number 8115, Orlando West, was typical of the box houses that dominated in this area. But it was Mandela's home. He says he enjoyed the domesticity of the place, bathing his children and playing with them, relaxing, smelling home cooking. But he was seldom here to enjoy those things.
Walter and Albertina Sisulu lived close by. Their houses changed a lot over the years. The high gate and fence now make it difficult to get a good look. But for Mandela, it was home from home.
Nelson was a frequent visit. because he was loved so much being a young boy by Walter. And he used to visit us quite often with other boys.
Anton Lombardi, one of the few black lawyers in South Africa at the time, also dropped in regularly. He argued passionately that Africa was the black man's continent, and it was up to Africans to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. The raw nationalism struck a chord with Mandela, and he became increasingly committed to ANC politics. But Albertina Sisulu wasn't sure whether this was such a good thing. Her motherly instincts told her Mandela needed to first finish studying.
And in fact, my fear was that he was still a student. I didn't want him to be, interested in politics at that time, before he is through with his courses.
But as politics started to eclipse Walter Sisulu's business career, Albertina could see the benefit of having Mandela around.
All we wanted now is freedom for all of us. If you speak about freedom, then that's what we would love. Nelson, when he was quite often in my house, I was very happy because now Walter has got somebody to help him.
There's a comfortable-looking house on the edge of Sophiatown. You probably wouldn't give it a second glance if you passed by. But so much history has happened in it and around it. It's now the home of a medical doctor, as it was half a century ago. Dr. Bolam Baya wants to preserve things much as they were when the remarkable Dr. Alfred Duma lived here.
I won't like to change much, especially inside the house. I won't like to change much. I might improve it a bit just to make it according to my taste, but I won't change much, I must say.
Dr. Duma started out as a herd boy, but went on to become a surgeon, even practicing abroad. After returning to South Africa, he took over the leadership of the ANC, pumping new life into an organization virtually dying on its feet. Mandela and his political friends were regular visitors to Duma's Sophiatown home. But they were frustrated with his rather cordial way of dealing with the government. They told Duma they wanted to form a youth league to press the ANC into the kind of mass action which had been so successful in the Alexandra bus boycott. When this photo was taken, Duma was probably unaware that Mandela, there on the left, was part of a conspiracy to depose him as ANC president. Drab on the outside, but this is where the black elite in Mandela's day got together for some fun. It was the venue for plays and concerts, dances and weddings. But as blacks were increasingly forced out of the city, its purpose as a social hub became obsolete.
Like many buildings of its generation in Johannesburg, the Bantu Men's Social Centre was altered over the years. Here's a doorway that was partially bricked up. It was probably once a grand entrance that Nelson Mandela got to know fairly well. And over here is the cornerstone that was unveiled when the Bantu Men's Social Centre was built in 1924.
20 years later, it's where the ANC Youth League was formally launched with a series of rousing speeches. The angry young men who signed this document, Mandela included, saw themselves as the ANC's powerhouse, who'd give force, direction and vigour to the struggle for African national freedom. With the Second World War drawing to an end, the time seemed ripe for change. Hitler's defeat by the Allied forces had given rise to hopes of a new, more enlightened world order. South Africa's wartime leader, General Jan Smuts, was lauded for his part in helping to crush Nazi tyranny. Mandela and his fellow youth leaguers hoped this would mean change back home. But the violent suppression of the mine workers' strike in 1946 and new laws to hobble the country's Indian community quickly doused their hopes. Then Dr. D.F. Malan's National Party won the 1948 election with promises to further separate the races and build an Afrikaner state.
You begin to find signs, apartheid signs, which we did not have before 1948. There were no signs before 1948. It was only after the Afrikaner government came into power that we begin to see signs on walls that said whites, blacks, coloreds, Indians only.
You felt that, no, those were things that happened in Germany. Those were not things that happened in South Africa. We can't, that couldn't happen. The people will not allow that to happen.
The word apartheid had not yet been used, but the laws that were proposed at that time were absolutely frightening. And a lot of us at university, I was at Fort Hare then, got together and said there has to be a response.
It may come as a bit of a surprise to feature the Voortrekker Monument in a program about Nelson Mandela, but at the very time the ANC was holding a landmark conference in Bloemfontein, at which Nelson Mandela and fellow radicals were engineering the takeover of the organisation, the South African media was preoccupied with the official opening of this monument. Understandable possibly because 100,000 Afrikaners had gathered here to witness the event.
The Afrikaner nationalists were effectively congratulating themselves for winning the election the year before. The Prime Minister, Dr. D.F. Milan, declared their hour had come, just as a shaft of sunlight, through clever design, passed across the shrine at the base of the monument. The ANC Youth Leaguers were savouring their own victory, several hundred kilometres away at the Magasa Hall outside Bloemfontein. At a crunch meeting here, Alfred Dlumer, the man who was accused of yielding to oppression, was forced to resign as ANC president. In his place, the Youth Leaguers installed their own nominee, James Moroka. Their coup had succeeded.
1949, I was in Bloemfontein when the ANC Youth League, under the leadership of men like Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, A.P. Mda, went to Bloemfontein and said to the ANC, you've had a program of opposition to white rule, which we reckon is ineffective. We came up, you'll recall, with the famous program of action, where the Youth League insisted that the mother body take off his gloves and begin to fight for our freedom.
Mandela, like his fellow Youth Leaguers, was spoiling for a fight. He was among the hardliners who, initially, spent much of their energies opposing collaboration with communists and radicals from other race groups. Amina Kachalia, who with her late husband Yusuf was active in the South African Indian Congress, remembers being given the brush off.
I don't think they trusted the Indians at the time. At least Nelson didn't. And he admitted that. He felt that they perhaps weren't serious enough to take on the Africans as well, to have a national struggle, national liberation struggle.
But Mandela's stubbornness aside, Amina Kachalia took a liking to the young man who was moving quickly up the ANC's political ranks.
He was very impressive from the word go, in a sense. I kind of liked him. He was good looking and he was friendly and he was very attentive, and I think one sort of had a slight chemistry even.
Ahmed Kathrada also became one of Mandela's lifelong friends and political allies. But their relationship also had a rocky start. Kathrada was an Indian and communist.
Johannesburg's Commissioner Street was the scene of an early row between Nelson Mandela and Ahmed Kathrada. The ANC Youth League was refusing to support a May Day strike in 1950, called in protest against government plans to ban the Communist Party. Kathrada, who was much younger than Nelson Mandela, wanted to know why the ANC Youth League was against the strike.
It was only in the preparation for the strike, which they opposed, and we were working for the strike, that we met up in the street just by accident. And after the first pleasantries, we started discussing the strike. And that is where I was tactless to challenge him, that you're an African and I'm an Indian, but I challenge you to choose or select a township of your choice among your people. And I challenge you that I'll beat you, because the masses are with us.
Mandela's fondness for boxing boosted his image as an increasingly tough political operator. He heckled and pulled speakers from platforms when he didn't agree with them. Amina Kachalia's husband, Yusuf, no small man himself, was apparently dragged from a podium by Mandela.
I was not married at the time to Yusuf. I did, of course, ask him about it many years later. And he says, yeah, there was a skirmish and Nelson wouldn't let me speak or something. But one of his other friends said, no, he definitely pulled him off the platform when he was about to speak.
But the only punches Mandela ever really threw were here at the Donaldson Orlando Community Centre in Soweto. He used to work out here in a makeshift gym most weekday evenings. Mandela lacked the speed and power to be anything more than an enthusiastic amateur, but he was more interested in the training. He said it was a way of losing himself in something that wasn't the struggle.
Mandela was typically modest about his boxing abilities, but this is where he'd come to sharpen his skills, often with his son Thembekile. There was no ring, and sparring sessions would take place on the concrete floor, which could be quite dangerous if a boxer was felled by a punch.
For many blacks, boxing became a symbol of their ability to fight back. Mandela also used the sport as a political metaphor. He remarked later, when you're circling your opponent, probing his strengths and weaknesses, you're not thinking about his colour or social status. This sort of thinking allowed him to concentrate on strategy and, like any good fighter, change tactics when necessary. The support given by African workers to the 1950 May Day strike and the ruthlessness of the police convinced Mandela that he and the Youth League had badly miscalculated.
In spite of what the Youth League did in the face of their opposition, it took place, it was very successful.
Ahmed Kathrada's flat in Colvard House near Johannesburg's old business district was a meeting place for an assortment of political activists. Realizing the need for joint action against the apartheid enemy, Mandela became a more frequent visitor. From this point on, he started pushing inclusiveness, as though he had supported it all along.
I think it was a realization, yes, pragmatic, of course, but I think a realization that even the policy of the African National Congress, although they were separate organizations, the policy of the organizations of the oppressed people all pointed towards cooperation. Why should the oppressed people fight these things alone, separately?
So when was Colvard House actually built?
It was built in, it was completed in 1942.
1942?
Yeah.
And this is flat number 13?
That's flat number 13, that's where Kathy was.
Ahmed Kathrada's apartment in Colvard House was flat 13. Looking back, Mandela said it was here that the first seeds of non-racialism were sown and a wider concept of the nation came into being. A place of obvious historic importance, but the caretaker of Colvard House, Ahmed Podshi, says it's been standing empty for years.
Bit of South African history here, behind this iron grilled gate.
Lots, I think. Because as I heard that Mandela also used to come here, quite a lot of other top personalities always used to come here.
Well, I moved in there in 1947, and right up to the time of when I went underground in 1963, that became a center of a lot of activity, formal and informal.
Given its location in downtown Johannesburg, was it not an easy target for the police to keep under surveillance?
Oh, they used to raid it quite often.
Shopkeeper Salim Nanabai was Kathrada's neighbor for years. With tongue-in-cheek, he tells of the inconvenience of having a political hothead next door.
There were times when he was, he was placed under house arrest. He couldn't go out. We had continuous raids by the police, the so-called special branch there, you see. And they used to come there in the middle of the night, try to break down his door. They want to check who is in the house. At that time, he couldn't have contact with other people.
We're on the roof of Colvard House. Photographs were taken of Nelson Mandela, Ahmed Kathrada and other activists up here to probably catch a bit of sunlight after plotting revolution down below.
The Defiance campaign of 1952 might not have had the fire and brimstone of traditional revolution, But it was the kind of action the Youth Leaguers had been agitating for. A letter was sent to D.F. Milan voicing the ANC's frustration at the exclusion of the majority of the population from the country's political life and demanding the repeal of the main discriminatory laws. But Milan brushed it aside. Mandela said this was like a declaration of war.
The defiance campaign was to begin for our people, to begin to fight the evil in our own country and in our system, to fight against the laws that were against the people.
It was intended to be non-violent. We simply went out to defy the laws, the past laws. You remember people went out to burn their passes, to leave their passes at home, to break the curfew laws which require that in urban areas blacks should be indoors by 9 p.m. So we went out deliberately to be arrested.
The defiance campaign meant that we are going to break the laws of the country. We are going, of course, to be arrested. We are going to jail. Even if the magistrate were to impose the minimum fine, you mustn't pay. You must go to jail.
Mandela was named volunteer-in-chief, responsible for recruiting people to take part in the defiance campaign. It wasn't easy, as Ntata Motlana recalls.
At that stage, in 1952, I was the Transvaal Organizing Secretary of the African National Congress Youth League. And one of my duties was to go all over the Transvaal, especially Gauteng, organizing youngsters. I recall so very clearly. I used to get so irritated on Sunday afternoons when my comrades, my colleagues, my age group, went to watch Swallows play against Pirates. And I'd say to them, to hell with you, man.
Raymond Mkhaba looking suitably grim, but this was just a gag to raise money for charity. Mkhaba led the first protest in the defiance campaign and was promptly arrested. Here he is, wearing a balaclava with his fellow defiers, attempting to cross a whites-only threshold at a railway station in Port Elizabeth. Civil disobedience was then viewed as a crime, not a political protest.
The people in Port Elizabeth, I suppose even throughout the country, believed that we were going to be shot as we were breaking the law. The government organized police above the rank of a sergeant up, not below, to handle that situation. We defied at the railway station in New Brighton. In those days, you'll have Europeans on the entrance, non-Europeans entrance. We went to the European entrance.
Here's Mandela trying to hand a letter to the magistrate in Boksburg, east of Johannesburg, on the day the defiance campaign started. That night he was arrested and had his first taste of jail. The defiance campaign petered out after the authorities introduced harsh new measures to deal with dissenters. But the ANC had shown it was able to organize nationally. Mandela took much of the credit.
We felt that the state could be challenged, could be taken on. I mean, for black South Africans to go out deliberately, to break the laws, to leave their passbooks at home, to be out in the street at 9 p.m. is the kind of thing that had never happened in this country. And it's the effect on the mindset of our people that is so fundamental.
The membership of the African National Congress, for instance, shot up from, I think, 10 or 20,000 to 100,000 just during that defiance campaign. And apart from the membership itself, among the ordinary people, they became conscious for the first time, as far as the Africans were concerned. There was this campaign where hundreds and thousands of people were courting imprisonment.
It was a complete breakthrough, and it was also a breakthrough for the Indian Congress because they now could work together with the African National Congress.
Half a century on, Chancellor House in downtown Johannesburg still provides shelter for the dejected and downtrodden. Squatters now live where Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo set up the only black-owned law firm in the country. Throughout the 1950s, The corridors and stairwells were overflowing with desperate victims of the apartheid system, people who had violated laws that applied only to blacks. Mandela said he believed his law firm was a place where ordinary Africans could find a sympathetic ear and competent ally. He said it was why he had become a lawyer in the first place.
They were a very popular firm because they were good. They were interested in the cases of their people. And they knew what it meant to be accused of what those people were accused of.
But Ruth Mompati didn't find Mandela the easiest of bosses. He'd be dismissive when she helpfully offered advice on some of the wording in letters.
If he thought he was right, he insisted that that's how it should be. But at times I would go and type the letter and bring it back. And he would look at it and say, no, I think you were right.
The words Mandela and Tambo were painted up there for all to see. Apparently, it irritated conservative members of the legal profession. But in a way, it matched Mandela's growing confidence and flamboyance. Whenever he entered a courtroom, he'd make his presence felt. Oliver Tambo was much quieter and tended to stay in the office doing the paperwork.
Judge Fikile Bam used to work on Saturday mornings at Mandela and Tambo when he was contemplating a career in the legal world. He noticed how people were prepared to wait endlessly just to see Mandela.
He had a large following. There was always a queue outside his office. People wanted to be represented, especially by him. And that's because I think of his showman style. He used a great performer in court and criminal cases and so on, and a good cross-examiner. And because of that, a lot of his office work, you might say, the desk work, got to be done by other people, particularly by Tambo.
Mandela was also admired because he refused to act in the humble manner expected of blacks at the time.
Most other black lawyers at the time were, they tended to be very abject before the magistrate and to be almost apologetic, when they have to make submissions to magistrates. And that Mandela broke through that completely, and he was really one of the first people and not to have this abject attitude towards magistrate, but to be very firm and almost go the other way, extreme, of being defiant when, the need arose.
The Mandela and Tambo law firm was situated conveniently opposite the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. But rather than representing clients, Mandela found himself increasingly on the receiving end of the legal machinery. By now, he was almost permanently banned from holding any elected office and forbidden to make public speeches. The apartheid state did its best to erase Sophiatown in 1954, but there's still some rubble, all these years later, from the buildings that were flattened. A stubborn reminder of what was once one of South Africa's most vibrant African communities. One resident is said to have hanged himself from this oak tree when faced with eviction. Sophiatown was one of the very few areas where black people could own freehold property. With the growth of Johannesburg, it became encircled by white suburbs and was simply too close for comfort. The photographer, Pitu Magubani, was among those who were thrown out.
I felt that these people were stealing from us. But there was no way to fight back. The only way to do was to fight with my camera, use my camera as an instrument. Use my camera to document what is happening, supply the world with the material, show the world how apartheid operates. When we woke up in the morning, Sophiatown was red, meaning it was just white people, white policemen and white soldiers in Sophiatown, trucks and everything. So we knew that that was the day that, even if you tried to resist, you wouldn't resist. They'd overrun you.
The forced removals from Sophiatown presented an open political challenge to Nelson Mandela. In between banning orders, he addressed a meeting in Sophiatown's Freedom Square, now a school playing field. Watched by police, Mandela, a self-confessed rabble-rouser, told the angry crowd to prepare before long to use violence. Despite being admonished by the ANC's national executive for advocating a radical departure from policy, it was apparent that Mandela had become impatient with non-violent methods of protest.
You know, at that stage, we were not listening so much to the content of what he was saying, but rather the sort of force with which he would castigate the system and castigate apartheid and the police and so on.
The lights in the Old Planet Hotel used to burn late into the night. It was one of the most popular dance venues in Johannesburg for black patrons, a chance to escape their troubles before stepping back into the street outside. By the mid-1950s, the nationalists were extending apartheid at an alarming pace. Little in a black person's life was left untouched, and it didn't matter who you were.
We needed to have permits to go through the white cities of South Africa. If you did not have a permit, which is signed by your employer who is white, then you would go to jail. So it was very, very difficult. And all the white people who wanted to work with us also had a problem because they could not be seen working with us on stage. Sometimes we would go to their homes off stage, and if we are raided, they are raided, and we would have to explain why we were there, blacks and whites together.
Lewis Nkosi, one of the great drum writers from the 1950s, paid a heavy price when he forgot his passbook in the office. Nkosi was a despised breed for the police at the time, black and a journalist.
We got beaten up in the prison, I mean not the prison, but the police station, interrogated, beaten up. And I was telling them, listen, I worked just across the road there, and you picked me up for no reason at all. You ring up my editor. In the end, they rang up my editor, who vouched that I did exist.
You could be stepping back into the 1950s in this part of Kliptown in Soweto. It's where the Freedom Charter was launched in June 1955. More than 3,000 people, predominantly black but including whites, coloureds and Indians, took part. The idea was to create a set of principles for the foundation of a free South Africa. Demands were submitted from all over the country.
The organization that went into it, where hundreds of volunteers went house to house before the Congress of the People, collecting demands. They went to the factories with factory meetings, they went to houses, they went to community organizations, addressed them, collecting demands. So it literally thousands of demands came on pieces of paper. And that eventually led to the drawing up of the Freedom Charter.
The Freedom Charter started long before, when we had to work from street to street. You know, we had a plan which came from Nelson Mandela himself. We called it the M plan, the Mandela plan, where because of the harassment, we had to have units of 10 to work with. We organize a unit, you organize the next unit. And that's how we organized the preparations for the Freedom Charter. And when we went to launch, all the work had been done.
The Freedom Charter came about as a result of these thousands of demands that people had made in their individual capacities and as well as the community organizations to which they belong. So they felt involved. It wasn't something that came from on top. It was something they felt was their own.
Nelson Mandela was under another banning order when the Freedom Charter was launched, but he drove to Kliptown with Walter Sisulu and watched proceedings from a distance. When the police eventually moved in, armed with Sten guns, and took down the name of everybody present, Mandela realized it signaled a harsh new turn by the authorities.
The Freedom Charter committed the ANC to widening the basis of the struggle. But not all ANC members agreed with this. Some of the more radical Africanists objected to the first clause: the land belongs to all who live in it, black and white. After fierce debate, the ANC eventually approved the charter, but deep divisions over the role of other races and organizations in the struggle remained.
One of the reasons why a lot of ANC youth leaguers rejected the Freedom Charter was that it was written by the Communist Party, it was not written by Z.K. Matthews. I've never entered that debate because I'm not quite sure how and who actually penned the Freedom Charter. But I'm just saying, these are some of the objections that young blacks had about the role of the privileged communists, who were mainly Indian and white.
The communists were also suspected by the government of being the main instigators behind the growing resistance to apartheid. Ever since the Freedom Charter launch at Kliptown, there were ominous warnings of mass arrests. It happened at the end of 1956. Nelson Mandela was among scores of leaders of all races charged with high treason. They were taken to the fort on a hill overlooking Johannesburg. Mandela knew the place well. As a lawyer, he'd been there often to help fellow blacks.
You must remember that my firm with Oliver Tambo was the only African firm for a long time, and therefore we were inundated with various requests to appeal for clients, and we therefore came very often here.
But as an inmate, Mandela was subjected to a special humiliation reserved for blacks. They were made to strip naked on admission.
Humiliation for blacks, especially Africans, by whites, was not something strange. It happened in various forms throughout our lives. But actually to be stripped naked in the presence of others, not only blacks, but the white warders, was a particular kind of humiliation.
After starting at the drill hall in Johannesburg, the treason trial was shifted to the old synagogue in Pretoria. The prosecution argued that the accused had conspired to overthrow the government by violence and replace it with a communist state. The charge was based on speeches and statements by the accused during the previous 4 years, from the Defiance Campaign to the Sophiatown protests and the Freedom Charter.
The state said this is violent revolution on Marxist grounds, right? And Marxist theory. They said, oh, the ANC is being driven by white communists whose objective is armed revolution, violent overthrow, etc., you know. And all of us sitting there just laughed. It was nonsense.
Our people were being accused because they were doing what they were doing. They were being accused in order to intimidate them from carrying on with the struggle.
We used to meet for lunch, all of us went for lunch in the church grounds in Pretoria. And at one stage, people were saying, let's get ready. The gallows are not far away.
Mandela's calm confidence throughout the trial buoyed the spirits of his co-accused. His testimony showed how committed he was to their cause.
Nelson Mandela was already a great leader at that time, and everyone looked upon him as the future leader of this country. So it was wonderful to sit there and listen to him talk and inspire everybody.
You only have to look at the treason trial photograph and who stands out but Mandela. And not just because he's tall, and he's not all that tall, but because of his posture, his style, his manner, his self-confidence, a certain royalty about him. So we all knew that this was somebody very special.
But even Mandela despaired about the length of the trial. He believed it was a stitch-up intended to put anti-apartheid leaders out of action for years. The once thriving law practice he shared with Oliver Tambo started falling apart.
There was a time when I used to start work at 6 in the morning and knock off at 2, so that At 6, he would give me dictation and give me work, and then I would start working. When they left, I think they left before 8 for Pretoria, and then I would remain working.
Amina Kachalia often brought a plate of food to Mandela in the evenings, while he was trying to get on top of the law firm's backlog of work.
I would just go along and take him something. And he was usually alone with somebody there, and the police. Police were downstairs at the entrance, and they were upstairs in his office. They were always there watching what he was doing and so on.
Despite the difficulties of a complex and marathon trial, Mandela still found time to court a beautiful young social worker, Winnie Nomzamo Madikizela. His marriage to Evelyn had fallen apart during the 1950s. Evelyn felt Mandela had abandoned her and the family for politics.
She was a nurse, and she had to work, and she had to see to the kids, and she had to have the money to keep the home fires burning. Nelson didn't have that money. He couldn't support her and the children. And perhaps that was one reason, too, that she just had had enough.
Winnie, with her stunning good looks, was an obvious catch for Mandela. But his close friends were surprised at first with his choice.
She had just come from the Transkei, from Ponderland, and she was quiet, yes. She never had too much to say at that stage. She was very conscious of clothes and dressing and so on. But other than that, she wasn't really political. He probably just looked at her and loved her for her looks at the beginning, but probably as he got to know her, realized that there was something much deeper in Winnie.
Ruth Mompati was among a small group of friends who travelled to the wedding at Winnie's family home in the Transkei.
As you can see, this is a photograph of Nelson Mandela's wedding to Winnie Mandela, Winnie Madikizela as she was then. And there you are seated on the left-hand side of Nelson Mandela. What sort of memories does this photograph bring back to you?
Well, this was a very happy marriage. It was a very happy day. As you see, it was a formal wedding. With a good number of Nelson's friends there. There's Hamel, I think that's Hamel's wife.
Michael Hamel, the communist.
Yes. Oh no, Michael Hamel, Nelson's friend, not the communist. Communist was the organization that he belonged to, sure. But he wasn't representing the Communist Party there. Right. He went there as one of Nelson's friends. And if I'm not making a mistake, that's Hamel's daughter. I may be wrong. And then there's Nelson's sister. There's a friend of Winnie's. She was at celebrations were the same as a celebration in any wedding. But it was, it didn't become a political wedding. It was just an ordinary wedding. And a very beautiful wedding too, because Winnie Mandela is a very beautiful woman.
The wedding must have been a wonderful but frustratingly brief interlude for Nelson Mandela. In no time it was back to the treason trial and a growing political crisis within the ANC, which came to a head here at the Orlando Hall in Soweto. The Africanists within the ANC bitterly resented growing collaboration with communists and other races and formed the breakaway Pan-Africanist Congress under the leadership of Robert Sobukwe.
The debate began to focus on the role of the Communist Party within the Youth League, within the ANC, led by Mangaliso Sobukwe, Potlako Lebalo, and all those boys. They used to meet incidentally in my consulting rooms in Orlando West. And we had these heated debates about whether the PAC had not been formed then, whether in fact the nationalists within the ANC, within the Youth League, should break away. And I always advised against it. I said to Mangaliso Sobukwe, who was my patient incidentally, he suffered from chest problems, that we would weaken the fight against apartheid if the PAC was to break away. Unfortunately, the guys were so determined that the PAC broke away in 1959.
The PAC quickly showed its mettle, shrewdly overtaking the ANC's plans for a big anti-pass campaign by quickly organizing its own. On the 21st of March 1960, in response to the PAC's call, several thousand people gathered outside the Sharpeville police station, demanding to hand in their passes and be arrested. There was a scuffle at the fence surrounding the police station, and without warning, the police opened fire. Although the crowd scattered, the police carried on shooting. When it was over, 69 people were dead and nearly 200 injured. Ahmed Kathrada remembers hearing the appalling news while still on trial for treason.
Chief Luthuli was giving evidence for the defense, and at tea time we heard of these killings. Now it was quite incongruous. Here was Chief Luthuli expounding on ANC policy of non-violence, and 100 miles from Pretoria, 69 peaceful people were killed.
The drum writer Lewis Nkosi, who was sent by his editor to cover the Sharpeville protest, is still haunted by the events of that day.
There were bodies heaped on top of each other, and some of those bodies were still alive. You could see the eyes of people, blinking, like, help me, but you couldn't do anything.
That immediately set people thinking, are we still right in continuing with this policy of peaceful protest and peaceful campaigns? Mr. Mandela, most of all, had started, well, he hadn't just started thinking that way, but this sort of propelled him further into thinking that it's necessary to change.
Just over a year later, the treason trial ended with a not guilty verdict. Some of the courtroom euphoria was captured on a cine camera, which had been smuggled in.
The three judges who presided over the treason trial here at the old synagogue in Pretoria said it was impossible to come to the conclusion that the ANC had been planning to overthrow the state by force, nor had the prosecution been able to prove that the ANC or the Freedom Charter were communist. The accused gathered out here to sing Nkosi Sikeleli, iAfrika. The defense lawyers were hoisted shoulder high, but there was no time for Mandela to celebrate. In the aftermath of Sharpeville, the ANC and other political organizations had been banned. Instead of returning home, Mandela went underground to launch an armed struggle.
Liliesleaf Farm in Rivonia, Johannesburg, was the perfect hiding place for a professional revolutionary. It was supposedly the home of an architect, who was also an accomplished artist. By all appearances, he was a family man, who kept his political sympathies to himself. Who would have guessed the person masquerading as his servant was Nelson Mandela?
Outwardly, there was nothing really suspicious about the place. Arthur Goldreich, a member of the Communist Party, and his family lived in the main house, establishing a respectable front. Nelson Mandela, using the alias David Motsamai, was in the outbuildings at the back. He'd often leave at night in disguise for meetings with ANC leaders and others.
During a visit to South Africa, Arthur Goldreich helped historians piece together the secret life at Lily's Leaf in the early 1960s.
You know, Lily's Leaf wasn't chosen for its comfort or its image. It was for its security. It was a fortuitous location of a comfortable house. And since I was, you know, I suppose, someone must have thought that it was suitable that I should be here because, you know, I rode horses, I painted paintings, I was in the year, as I said yesterday, the year of 1957 when I went into what was called the underground, it was the year that I was awarded the South African Association's Prize for Painting. So I had this, you know, this public image and then this secret world which were all joined together. And everything that was around me was a facade.
Goldreich remembers Mandela as the committed freedom fighter, foregoing any personal comfort in the interests of the struggle. The room where he bunked down was stark and austere.
It was like a Buddhist monk's cell. You know, when you have a notion of someone who has given up the vestiges of a life and that was prior to devotion and faith and trust and service. This room was epitome of that kind of service, you know, unenhanced and monk-like, absolutely pure in that sense.
Despite the privations, Mandela described Lily's Leaf as more of a sanctuary than a hideout. Until moving here in October 1961, life on the run had meant spending daytime indoors. Winnie and their two small daughters, Zinani and Zinzi, were smuggled in from time to time. The snatched visits must have been confusing for the girls, who were too small to understand why their father couldn't go home with them. It was also fraught with danger. The authorities were keeping Winnie under continual surveillance, and there was the perpetual fear she would inadvertently lead them to the farm. Lily's Leaf was initially bought as a secret meeting place for the Communist Party. Nick Wolpe's father, Harold Wolpe, a lawyer and member of the Communist Party, helped negotiate its purchase.
The farm was actually owned by the Communist Party and not by the ANC, as some people assume. And it was because, as Ahmed Kathadra described it, through a process of osmosis, that it became the high command of MK, because a lot of the senior members of the high command were also members of the Communist Party. So as he described, it was taking off one hat and then putting on another.
Before moving to Lily's Leaf, Mandela had gone from one safe house to another. Rebecca Matthews, from the well-known political family, remembers Mandela arriving unannounced at their Soweto home for furtive meetings with her husband. He'd often stay the night to avoid police roadblocks, which were numerous at the time.
Bearing in mind that Special Branch was after him a lot of the time, was he noticeably nervous?
Very, very much after him.
But was he jumpy? Was he afraid that they were going to arrest him?
No, he was jumpy, very cool and steady.
The bedroom where Mandela slept is just off the lounge. Television wasn't around then, but the room's apparently still much the way it was.
Weren't you afraid that you'd become a target of the police yourselves?
No, not at all. Not at all. Even my husband, he wasn't afraid.
Why were you happy then to give Nelson Mandela refuge here?
At home here, because he was fighting for our rights.
Mandela's Durban friend, Fatima Mir, worried about his security when he stayed with her.
And he was busy shaving himself in the bathroom when N.T. Nika's brother phoned and wanted to know from me whether Nelson had arrived safely. And I said to him, "Who are you talking about? There's no such person here. No such person has arrived here either." Then I went and I said to Nelson, just look at that foolish man. This is what he is asking me on the phone, as if he doesn't know that all our phones are tapped.
Yeoville, close to central Johannesburg, was an exclusively white suburb when Mandela hid here for 2 months. He'd been dubbed the Black Pimpernel after the fictional Scarlet Pimpernel who evaded the authorities in Baroness Orczy's novels of the French Revolution. Mandela stayed with this man, Wolfie Kodesh, who was a journalist. Kodesh had fought in North Africa and Italy during the Second World War. Increasingly convinced of the need for an armed struggle, Mandela found Kodesh's battle experience extremely helpful. Kodesh gave Mandela books like the classic On War by the Prussian general Karl von Clausewitz. He told Mandela that von Clausewitz was to war what Shakespeare was to literature. Mandela agreed with von Clausewitz's central thesis, that war was a continuation of diplomacy by other means. But Mandela was mainly interested in books about liberation struggles. He was particularly impressed with Menachem Begin's The Revolt, because the Israeli leader had led a guerrilla army in terrain similar to South Africa. While hiding in Wolfie Kodesh's flat, this photograph was taken of Mandela to reassure his supporters and others he was still active. It later became an iconic image, and Kodesh would proudly point to a spot just above Mandela's shoulder, where you can see the handle and keyhole of a cupboard in his flat. Mandela often placed a pint of milk on the windowsill to allow it to ferment. Sour milk is a delicacy for African people. When Mandela overheard 2 men remarking in Zulu that this indicated a black person was living there, Mandela knew it was time to move on. Ahmed Kathrada was another of Mandela's friends who helped him keep one step ahead of the authorities.
We were involved, first of all, in looking for safe houses. We succeeded particularly in the white and Indian communities, where he stayed from time to time.
Bob Heppel, a young activist lawyer in those days, helped ferry Mandela around.
It was very unusual for a white man to be driving a black person, particularly if it was in daylight. Mandela himself would don a chauffeur's cap and drive the car, and I would sit in the back. At other times, when we felt it was safe enough, he would sit in the passenger seat or at the back, or he would be quite heavily covered up so people wouldn't see him.
We had to convince him to change his garb, which we succeeded in doing. To get him to shave his beard was impossible. He refused. So that was a problem we had, because he became well known in photographs with that beard.
Why was he so insistent on keeping the beard?
Well, you know, every individual has got some vanity, and I suppose it must have been vanity more than anything else. But he kept that beard, and he wouldn't shave it off.
He was realistic. He knew that, you know, the chances of him being caught were pretty high, sooner or later, but it never seemed to deter him.
But despite the efforts to keep Mandela's true identity hidden, Arthur Goldreich enjoys telling the story of how his young son unmasked the man he knew only as David.
And he knew how to ask questions, so he came with something behind his back like this, and he went to the room, and he said, David, Winnie is your wife? He said, yes. And then he gave the names of the children. These are your children? And he said, yes. And he said, so you are Nelson Mandela? And he took out Drum magazine. And there was a photograph of, you know, the family and Nelson Mandela. And he said, and he showed it to him.
The authorities had begun hunting Mandela in earnest after he emerged as chief organizer of a general strike beginning on the 31st of May 1961, the day South Africa was due to become a republic. It was called after the government ignored an appeal from black people for a national convention of all races to create a new constitution. Mandela wrote a letter to the Prime Minister H.F. Verwoerd explaining why such a convention was necessary, but his overture was rebuffed as arrogant. Despite Mandela's insistence that the strike or stay at home would be non-violent, the government poured troops into townships across the country. Media reports also played down the impact of the strike, even though it was more successful than the ANC leadership believed at the time. Reluctantly, Mandela called the strike off after the first day.
Never before in history of our country did they see such mobilization of the security forces, the army, the police and so forth, to crush the preparations for the strike. That is when Mr. Mandela, in the first and only TV interview he gave to a foreign journalist, where he said a chapter has closed in our history and we must think of other methods.
Mandela was smuggled into this house near Johannesburg Zoo Lake for the interview with a British television crew. A lane at the back made it easier to come and go undetected.
There are many people who feel that the reaction of the government to our stay at home, ordering a general mobilization, arming the white community, arresting 10,000s of Africans, the show of force throughout the country, notwithstanding our clear declaration that this campaign is being run on peaceful and non-violent lines, close a chapter as far as our methods of political struggle are concerned. There are many people who feel that it is useless and futile for us to continue talking peace and non-violence against a government whose reply is only savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people.
Nelson Mandela was strongly advocating the abandonment of the ANC's traditional policy of non-violence. This is where he gave that important television interview, as it turned out, the first and last in 30 years. But Mandela sat over here, facing the camera. The current owners of the house took a photograph of the fireplace before it was plastered over. It's been frequently suggested that the brick wall behind Mandela was an appropriate symbol at the time.
You know, when the ANC was banned in 1960, and Madiba made the statement that the old chapter is closed, of course, we were very skeptical about it ourselves. What did Madiba mean by this? And later on, of course, he was busy underground, you know, forming the MK, together with Kathy and others. It's then that we understood what he meant by saying the old chapter is closed. Namely that now we are going to take up arms and defend our people.
We were being shot at left, right, and center. If you protested or you did anything, the police came at you with guns. And they had already killed a number of our people. Some of our people, of course, were dying in the prisons. And therefore, it became clear to all members of the African National Congress that you cannot win against armed people if you are unarmed.
Until Sharpeville shootings, massacres again, and you said, you know, we've got to do something about this. We can't leave our people unprotected.
To tell you the truth, non-violent means didn't pay, if I may use that language. We have tried that, it didn't pay. We thought that the last resort was an armed struggle.
Sensing a need to catch up with the mood of the people, Mandela put a formal proposal to the ANC that they establish a military wing. He realized it was a radical move for an organization which had treated non-violence as a core principle beyond question or debate.
Susulu and them, and they were skeptical at the beginning, but ultimately managed to convince them, and they said, all right, you must go and tell Albert Luthuli, the chief, president of the ANC. But this should have nothing to do with the ANC. It must be a separate organization. Of course, later on became the military wing of the ANC. It must not at all be associated with the ANC. So Mandela came up with this name, Umkhonto Wesizwe.
Mandela's idea.
Yeah, the spear of the nation.
Chief Albert Luthuli, the then ANC president, who lived several hundred kilometres away on this small farm in Stanger, north of Durban, had a deep Christian commitment to non-violence. He was widely admired for his integrity, and this helped give the ANC a strong belief in the morality of its cause. Nelson Mandela had to persuade him about the need to launch an armed struggle.
Chief Luthuli argued that a resort to violence would become an excuse to neglect the essential tasks of political organization and the traditional methods of struggle. But Mandela countered that it was wrong to expect their supporters to put up with armed attacks by the state without offering them an alternative.
Unsurprisingly, Chief Luthuli's house was under regular police surveillance, and these ventilation shafts running under the floorboards, and there's several here, were used as a hiding place for important political documents. Apparently, when the house was renovated a few years ago, documents were found in large numbers still lying here.
Mandela met Luthuli in secret away from this house because the police monitored the comings and goings from an observation post believed to be in this wooden hut in a neighboring property. Mandela made a strong case for the need to set up a military wing. Chief Luthuli reluctantly agreed, but insisted that Umkhonto we Sizwe, or MK as it became known, would have to have its own autonomous leadership, which would be separate from the ANC, although ultimately responsible to it.
It would never enter Luthuli's mind that now we take weapons against the nationalist government. And he was opposed to the formation of Umkhonto we Sizwe. But Nelson was able to win him over to his way of thinking.
The drill hall in Johannesburg was one of MK's intended targets when it carried out its first acts of sabotage in December 1961. But the communist lawyer Joe Slovo, who'd been recruited into MK's high command by Nelson Mandela, had to flee the scene after being spotted by an army sergeant. Explosions went off elsewhere in Johannesburg, though, and in Durban and Port Elizabeth. And Mandela believed that white South Africans had been shocked into the realization that they were sitting on top of a volcano.
This post office in the Johannesburg suburb of Fordsburg was one of the places targeted by MK on its first armed foray.
The armed struggle was a political struggle. So initially it was targets of symbolic significance, a pass office, a post office where there was a pass office, for example, government institutions, but also to show that we had teeth to blow up a power line, stop industry a little bit. It doesn't stop the industry, it just becomes a problem.
Once the government got to know that there are operations in the country, and when they started to say, the Kafir skit, the black man shoots, it was a different atmosphere. Because that is what they were trying to avoid, that the black man should make use of the weapons which are used by the white person.
The authorities were outraged and tried to dismiss the sabotage as the work of foolish amateurs. Ben Turok, one of MK's first saboteurs, reluctantly agreed.
Which is why we were caught. I was caught in the very first action. You know, because we were ham-handed, we were very amateurish. I mean, the bomb, the so-called bomb, the explosive charge that I placed in a magistrate's court in Johannesburg, I mean, it was infantile. So, and the way we did the operation was very amateurish. And all our people who were involved will tell you, you know, we were total amateurs. I mean, the way some of our people, you know, when some of our people were instructed to go and learn how to make a bomb, what did they do? They went to libraries and read books, because we didn't have the know-how. And they read books on chemistry, you know, what goes with what.
Mandela's sudden transformation into a guerrilla commander meant big gaps in his military knowledge too. Colonel Tadeso Biru of the Ethiopian army took Mandela through an 8-week crash course in soldiering. The colonel, who just helped foil a coup against Emperor Haile Selassie, gave Mandela an automatic pistol and 200 rounds of ammunition. The real purpose of the trip was to drum up military support from African governments. Mandela used his alias David Motsamai on his travel documents. In Algeria, he met guerrilla leaders who just fought a long war of independence against the French. Mandela was influenced by the comments of an Algerian military commander who said guerrilla warfare was not about overthrowing the enemy, but about bringing them to the negotiating table. During the trip, Mandela tied up with his old friend Oliver Tambo, who had slipped out of South Africa a couple of years earlier to open an ANC office in Ghana. But the ANC's main rival, the PAC, was getting a much better reception in Africa at the time. With nationalism sweeping the continent, many African leaders were skeptical about the ANC's multiracialism and its links with communists. Mandela visited 12 African states in all, including a stopover in Britain. While deeply respectful of the home of parliamentary democracy, Mandela said he abhorred the suffering inflicted on his people by British imperialism.
Mandela returned to Rivonia sooner than expected after receiving a telegram from his fellow MK members. They wanted him to resume command of MK and plan bolder action against the apartheid state, which had become more determined in its efforts to stamp out black opposition.
But Mandela was concerned about the ANC's image in the rest of Africa. Many of the leaders he met told him to think carefully about the armed struggle. They also seemed to favour the PAC over the ANC. This was one of the arrest warrants issued for Mandela, who was now #1 on the state's most wanted list. It was very risky for him to travel anywhere in South Africa. But Mandela had been disturbed by the pro-PAC sentiment in the rest of Africa and needed to convey this to Chief Luthuli.
There was a lot of rumors that his visit overseas made him change from being a non-racial leader to an Africanist. And even rumors came to the country they had now joined the PAC. All of which was not true. But people were disturbed. Indian Congress people were disturbed. Chief Luthuli was disturbed at these stories. And that was the reason why at the first opportunity after his return, he wanted, first of all, he reported to the ANC leadership in Johannesburg and the Indian Congress leadership. And he was impatient to report to Chief Luthuli and to the Indian Congress leadership in Natal. And that is why the ANC overruled our little committee, which was against him going.
Ahmed Kathrada's uneasiness about the safety of his friend proved to be well-founded. Police, tipped off by an informer, and there's still much debate about who that might have been, arrested Nelson Mandela at the spot while he was making his way back to Johannesburg after visiting Chief Luthuli.
Mandela was travelling with Cecil Williams, a white theatre director and member of MK. They'd just passed through Howick. Mandela thought the railway line would make an easy target because it was so close to the road.
They were currently chatting about sabotage when Mandela said he noticed a Ford V8 filled with white men overtaking them on the right. He said he instinctively looked behind him and noticed 2 more cars with white people. Apparently, they were then flagged down, and Mandela said he knew instantly that life on the run was over.
30 years later, Mandela returned to the scene to point out where he was arrested.
A tall gentleman came out of this front car and walked up to us. The way he looked at us, he seemed not to be sure at that time who we were. He then took out his warrant of authority and introduced himself and said, "I am Sergeant Foster from the Pietermaritzburg Police. What is your name?" I said, "My name is David Motsamai," which was my cover name. He then said, "Are you not Mr. Mandela?" I said, "I have given you a name." He said, "You are Mr. Mandela, and that is Cecil Williams." You are under arrest.
Mandela was charged with inciting people to strike and for leaving the country without a passport. He decided to defend himself, but Bob Heppel acted as Mandela's legal advisor. When Mandela appeared in court, he astounded everyone by wearing a leopard skin kaross, the ceremonial costume of Xhosa royalty.
He wanted to make the point, symbolically, that this was a white court in which he had no say, because he had no vote, trying him in his own country. He made an application right at the start for the magistrate to recuse himself on the grounds that there was no authority. Of course, that was rejected.
But there was another opportunity to seek the magistrate's recusal.
One of the international observers noticed the magistrate going off in a car for lunch with two of the prosecuting detectives, which in any civilized legal system wouldn't happen. And so I told Mandela, you've now got good grounds to ask for the recusal of the magistrate for legal reason. And Mandela thought about it. He said, yes, all right, I'll do it. But he said, I don't want to hurt his feelings. Would you mind just giving him advance warning that I'm going to make this application? But I think showed this enormous empathy he has for other people in their position. And so I went and told the magistrate, who went red in the face and blustered some kind of explanation and said he hadn't discussed the case with the detectives. Mandela made the application, and of course it was refused.
Mandela was found guilty of the charges against him and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. The authorities still seemed unaware of the extent of his military involvement.
There was a kind of feeling, well, he'll go in for 5 years and he'll come out. We didn't know what was to come.
The net was also starting to close in on Mandela's colleagues operating out of Liliesleaf. The government had rushed through a drastic piece of legislation which allowed the police to detain anyone for up to 3 months without trial, the so-called 90-day law. Andrew Mlangeni made the mistake of spending a night at home with his wife. He woke up to find the police next to his bed.
So they said, up, stand up, get up. My throat became dry, very dry. It was cold in winter, June the 24th. And I said to my wife, can you get me a glass of water? They said, next time, if you want to speak to your wife, you must get permission from us. You must get our permission. So I said, what is this? Am I detained under 90 days? They said, oh, you know.
The situation was ominous for members of the MK High Command, but they remained defiant, moving in and out of Liliesleaf Farm in disguise. They discussed ways of stepping up the armed struggle. In fact, here, in the thatched cottage, they debated the controversial Operation Mayiboye, which called for a nationwide guerrilla war, assisted by foreign troops and arms.
Even today, when the original MK members get together, they argue about whether they had actually made the move from sabotage to guerrilla war. For some, Operation Mayiboye was reckless and far-fetched. Others regarded it as a starting point in the fight to finally topple apartheid.
On paper it looked like a very advanced revolutionary document. They talked of ships landing on the Zululand coast with masses of ammunition and arms to be transported by road from Natal, from the Zululand coast, by road to some mythical farm where it was going to be stored. 7,000 volunteers. MK didn't even have 200 people in training.
But it was a plan, Kathy. It wasn't implemented, and
fortunately not. I've said somewhere.
No,
in fact, I think I said in my evidence that thank God it wasn't. Otherwise, we would have hanged.
Well, getting hanged is not the issue. Here, we're talking the politics of it. Here we were, having reached the point which Madiba described and Andrew mentioned earlier. We've come to the end of an epoch. A new one has dawned. There was the need to make this real. There was the need to find a way of doing it. The first attempt at this was this rather grandiose and I would say romantic plan. But it came up with something which said, let's argue and debate this. I know that there were elements, and Joe Slovo was one of them, who thought that it was adopted, he would go overseas, and he would get all the international backing, and we would do just like that. But in reality, The discussion and debate was going on as to what can be achieved, how to make it possible.
So you were quite opposed to the concept of Operation Mayiboye?
Completely. I was opposed, Walter Sisulu was opposed, the Communist Party was opposed, Central Committee. The ANC as an executive didn't exist. So what had happened is that a group of people who formed the National High Command of Umkhonto were also ANC leaders. But they were not the executive of the ANC, they were not the leadership. But because there was no machinery, leadership machinery as such in the country, so they also took decisions on behalf of the ANC. Well, this was a situation on which we argue even now, because we maintain that that was a document that was not accepted by the organizations.
Did you have any idea at the time how Mandela felt about Operation Mayiboye?
He was already arrested, but we felt confident that he would not have been in favor. And as it turned out, that eventually when he came out and saw the document, I think he said it in his book, he was not against it. He was not in favor, rather. It was unrealistic.
Dennis Goldberg is at the wheel of this old Volkswagen van pulling into Liliesleaf. It's very similar to the one he drove to Liliesleaf on the 11th of July 1963, the day the police appeared from nowhere. The passengers then included Walter Sisulu. They'd come for more talks about Operation Mayiboye. Liliesleaf had been largely abandoned because of security concerns. But they decided to meet there one last time.
It was known they were picking up people who had visited the farm when Mandela was there, when other people were there. And so the risks were increasing. And a few days before the fatal meeting on the 11th of July, when we were fixing the meeting for the 11th of July, a lot of people said, well, we shouldn't meet there because sooner or later one of these people who's in detention will break and the information will get to the police. But nobody had any suggestions where we should go, and we said, well, let's meet there, go there for the last time.
The meeting began at 3 p.m. here in the thatched cottage. Soon afterwards, a delivery van pulled up outside the main house. Initially, no one took any notice, but when they spotted police bailing out of the van, Walter Sisulu and others made a mad dash for that window.
We had just started discussing. That was Rusty, Bob Happel, Raymond, Govan, Walter and myself. We had just started discussing when this dry cleaning van drove in.
Rusty Bernstein, who was one of the group there, looked out and said, my God, I saw that van outside the police station as I passed it this afternoon. And we realized something was going on.
In no time, the dogs and so on were just full in the farm. And some of our friends wanted to jump through the window. As they jumped through the window, they were waited by the police outside there with dogs. And they were just picked up and thrown in the van.
I remember Walter and I jumped out of the back window, heading for the road, but we were chased by the police with dogs and guns. Then we stopped in our tracks.
All the time the police was just saying, we're going to be hanged. In fact, that was the maximum penalty in conducting sabotage activities in the country.
What could we do? Operation Mayiboye is there. Govan threw that document into the stove, but the stove was unlit.
My reaction was, oh shit, and I grabbed my jacket and I ran for the toilet because I had notes in my notebook about the inquiries about weapons manufacture. And as I got near the toilet, they were coming through all the doors, you know, my God, the doors, the windows, and I couldn't get there.
This aerial photograph of Liliesleaf Farm was taken soon after the raid. There's the thatched cottage where most of the arrests took place. In the bottom left-hand corner, there's a huddle of policemen. Dennis Goldberg's van is still where he parked it. Arthur Goldreich's car is half in the garage. He arrived just after the raid, with a copy of Operation Mayiboye hidden in one of the hubcaps.
There was a cattle guard at the gate, so it was noisy. So I drove over very carefully. I came down the drive where there were trees on either side, carefully. And from behind the trees came police and some dogs. And they jumped on the motor car. And a guy with a pistol in his hand put the pistol to my head, and I heard someone shout, "Muni skitni." So I switched off the engine and rolled down and came in towards the garage, this area, and came out the car like that. They were like hands up, you know, that thing. But this was very serious.
This is the coal bunker behind the main house, where police found documents in Mandela's handwriting implicating him in armed insurrection. Among them was the diary Mandela kept while travelling across Africa. Arthur Goldreich, who helped hide the documents, watched in horror as police unearthed them.
And they took it out. They took out the damn box. And they opened this box and took out one of the notebooks and immediately recognized it. And with a, euphoric smile, because they were very happy security forces who were here that day. They were beaming and arrogant. And they took this and showed it and said, "You recognize this handwriting?" to somebody, another one. And I think it might well have been Colonel Clint. That was it. He clapped his hand like that.
It was Lieutenant von Wyk, one of the investigating security branch people, came into my cell and said to me, "You know, we've got Mandela." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "We've discovered at Lily's Leaf all his documents, his journals. We've got him nailed down. This is going to be the death sentence." And I was totally shocked for the reason that while I had been consulting with him in his earlier trial, he had given me a message. He had said, "Please make sure, please tell people at Lily's Farm to destroy all my papers." And I had passed on that message. And I was actually told, yes, that's been done. And then to have von Wyk tell me that they discovered all these papers there, I was totally shattered by this, because it just meant somebody had let us down by not carrying out his instruction and keeping them. And that, of course, provided an irrefutable case for the state against Mandela.
Goldreich was marched around Lily's Leaf while police searched for further evidence. They had apparently made up their mind, quite erroneously according to Goldreich, that the ANC's Radio Freedom was being broadcast from Lily's Leaf.
And so they started digging here, and the photograph is up in the house of me standing by with security people around me, are looking at those people who are digging up a cable, electric cable here. And they said, see, with absolute confidence, this is, now we've got it, this is the cable for the radio, see, for Freedom Radio. This was it.
The arrest of so many ANC and MK leaders at Lily's Leaf dealt a devastating blow to the liberation struggle. But the police claims about the Rivonia raid were exaggerated. It was said that the secret headquarters of the whole national liberation movement had been captured. There's been much speculation about who tipped off the police about Rivonia. None of those arrested in the raid seem to know for sure.
We understand the records don't exist. And the cop who led the raid, a Captain van Wyk, consistently refused to talk about it, heightening the implication of insider leakage. I don't know if that was his intention, but possibly.
I don't know whether it was just skillful detective work over a period, whether there was one informant. There were lots of theories, but I don't know if that's ever been really discovered.
But the authorities suffered a major setback while still crowing about their triumph. Arthur Goldreich and Harold Walpe, who'd been arrested just before the Rivonia raid, escaped from the Marshall Square police station in Johannesburg. It was described as the most dramatic jailbreak in South African history. A young policeman who'd been left in charge of the keys on the night of the escape succumbed to a bribe from Goldreich.
So he laughed and he said to me, "You have money in that cell?" And I told him, "No, I don't. But what I can do, I can send you to my sister," which I did. And she gave him money. And I thought to myself, well, that's the beginning. He's compromised.
George Bezos could always be relied on to help out an old friend in trouble. Nelson Mandela had a lot to answer for after scores of documents in his own handwriting were found at Rivonia. He was hauled out of jail and put on trial for sabotage, along with the others arrested at Rivonia. Bizos, who'd known Mandela since university days, was part of the crack legal team assembled to defend them.
The local ground had been well prepared by the nationalist press that these were terrorists, they were gangsters, akin to the Baader-Meinhof from Germany or the Red Brigade in Italy. They had committed almost 200 acts of sabotage through their Umkhonto we Sizwe, and there was only but one sentence for them, and that was the death sentence.
From the day of our arrest, it was drummed into our heads that you are going to die. By the prison authorities, by the security police who came to interrogate us from time to time. On the day of our arrest, we were taken to the Johannesburg fort, as it was at the time. We were placed in individual cells, which were generally used for people who were sentenced to death before they were transferred to Pretoria to be hanged. So the atmosphere was all there, and they were convinced that we were going to hang. So we spent the 90 days in complete incommunicado. Immediately after the 90-day period was over, they did not renew it. We were allowed to see our lawyers. And when we saw our lawyers, Bram Fisher, George Bizos, Arthur Chesterton, Joel Joffe, they said, chaps, prepare for the worst. So they also kept on telling us that the case against us is very, very strong.
The tension at the imposing Palace of Justice in Pretoria was palpable when the Rivonia trial began in October 1963. With stories of revolutionary conspiracies abounding and the recent escape of Arthur Goldreich, the place was teeming with uniformed and plainclothes policemen. This was to be the most significant political trial in South African history. The judge, Quartus de Wet, was known to the accused. He wasn't thought to be a government lackey, according to Mandela. But the prosecutor, Dr. Percy Yuta, was viewed in an altogether different light, an enthusiastic supporter of the apartheid regime. His indictment charged the so-called Rivonia conspirators with over 200 acts of sabotage, aimed at facilitating violent revolution and an armed invasion of the country. But Utah had been shoddy in the preparation of the indictment. It accused Mandela of participating in certain acts of sabotage while he was actually in prison. Bram Fisher, the leader of the defense team who'd secretly been in and out of Rivonia himself, seized on this, buying valuable time for the trialists.
We quashed the first indictment due to the great hurry that Dr. Yuta, the prosecutor, was, and made mistakes. It enabled us to marshal witnesses to give evidence about it.
Bob Heppel was put under pressure to turn state witness. To the dismay of his co-accused, Heppel seemed in two minds about what to do. But when he was released, he skipped the country, saying he never intended testifying.
I was called by Utah, the prosecutor, into his office at one of the tea adjournments, and he said, I'm going to release you and call you as a state witness. Now, I suppose I could have said, and maybe I should have said no under no circumstances, but I saw an opportunity and I took it. And so I was released, and then within a few weeks I did manage to escape over the border.
Unlike high treason, where the state had to prove its case beyond reasonable doubt, under the sabotage law, the onus was on the defense to prove the innocence of the accused. But although the spectre of the gallows loomed large, the trialists were convinced of the strength of their moral arguments.
We conducted this trial in such a way that we accused the government, the white government, that they are responsible for the mess of the country.
In our own consultations among ourselves and with the lawyers, Mandela had taken the lead and said, chaps, this is a political trial, let's make it into a political trial, not a legal trial. All of us want to get off, but we don't want to be apologetic. those of us against whom there is no evidence of MK, we must not volunteer them. On the other hand, all of us must publicly assert our political views.
Their defense was, we knocked on your closed door for too long, and there comes a time in the life of any nation that we can no longer submit, but we had to fight. You forced us to do it. You should be in the dock. You will be put in the dock of history, and not us. So they were prepared to go on to that attack, mindful that that challenge may increase the possibility of a death sentence being imposed.
The prosecution's star witness was Bruno Mtolo, the turncoat MK saboteur who'd attended a meeting in Durban with Mandela just before his arrest, and who'd also been to Rivonia. His evidence was damning. Yuta also wanted to prove that the ANC and its allies had given Operation Maibuya the green light, the very issue that still causes disagreement among MK stalwarts. The leaders of the MK High Command had a copy of Operation Maibuya before them on the table when the police stormed Lily's Leaf. If Yuta could show that armed revolution had been launched, it would be difficult for the judge not to send the conspirators to death. This is the famous statement Mandela made from the dock during the Rivonia trial. You can see Mandela's last-minute changes in blue ink. It took him 2 weeks to draft, 4 hours to deliver. The defense lawyers were uneasy about it because a statement from the dock does not carry the same weight as evidence given during cross-examination. Anything Mandela said about his own innocence would have to be discounted by the judge. It was a gamble. But Mandela and his fellow accused were adamant that the trial should be a platform for their beliefs rather than a test of the law. They felt it was important to open the defense with a statement of their politics and ideals, which would establish a context for all that followed. Nelson Mandela, 40 years after Rivonia, he was at this function to release a recording of his statement from the dock on CD. By some technical miracle, the sound was retrieved from the original court recording using special equipment from the British Library. In his autobiography, Mandela recalls turning to face the judge and speaking the final words from memory.
I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons will live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an idea for which I hope to live for and to see realized. But my Lord, if it needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
Mandela's marathon speech from the dock was undoubtedly the most effective of his political career. He was able to detail his political ideals without any interruption, how he longed for a non-racial society despite the obvious anger of his fellow black Africans. It was a speech that put Mandela firmly at the forefront of the anti-apartheid struggle.
But despite the eloquence of the statement, the lawyers were concerned about its defiant tone, particularly the concluding words, "It is an ideal for which I'm prepared to die." They felt such bravado might provoke the judge into hanging Mandela. George Bizos persuaded him to soften it by inserting the words, "if needs be."
In a sober moment, I said, you know, Nelson, that you may be accused of courting martyrdom, the way you've put it. Surely your true feelings must be that this is what you have fought for all your life. You would like to see it come to be and to enjoy it. Yes, of course, he says, that's what I want. But But I said, well, why don't you just add the words after you have said that you would want to enjoy it? But if needs be, I'm prepared to die for it.
The apartheid government tried to make us notorious through a show trial. But the show trial showed that people of the caliber of Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu were prepared to think in terms of an armed uprising. Lawrence Gander, then editor of the Rond Daily Mail, picked this up in daily front-page editorial articles in the Rond Daily Mail throughout the 8 months of the trial, saying if people of this caliber are forced to think in these terms, there's something radically wrong with the society, and apartheid should come to an end.
Having admitted planning sabotage, Mandela feared the worst. He wrote a few thoughts on this scrap of paper from which he planned to address the court if sentenced to death. Point number 2 says, "I meant everything I said." It was decided that whatever the sentence, there would be no appeal for mercy. In his last point, Mandela says, "If I must die, let me declare for all to know that I will meet my fate like a man." For Winnie, handing over her daughters Zenani and Zinzi before entering court, and Mandela's elderly mother just behind Winnie, the strain must have been enormous. Mandela's sister Libi, in traditional dress, now holding Zinzi, was also there to hear her brother's fate.
As I said, right through the trial, the lawyers kept on reminding us that to expect the death sentence. So right up to the 11th of June, 1964, when the judge found us guilty, the expectation was death. I was found guilty of 1 of 4 charges, but he's already said in his judgment that I'm part of the conspiracy. So the lawyers knew and I knew that whatever sentence the others will get, I'll get that. Although they were charged with all 4 counts and I was charged with only 1. Comes the 12th of June for sentence, and when the judge asks us to stand up for your sentence, again the expectation is death. And there was collective sigh of relief when he said life imprisonment. See?
The reaction was one of relief. We were happy that we were not going to be hanged. We were going to for life. And when we settled in Robben Island, we wrote a letter to the government to say, what do you mean by life imprisonment? And the reply was that life imprisonment means you will die in jail. I don't believe that judges in South Africa at the time lived in a vacuum. Judge de Wet himself was not a hanging judge, but he had imposed a death sentence on a number of occasions. He may have been careful, but not reluctant to do it. And I think that he must of necessity have been influenced by world opinion. I think that those in the government who had some sense probably welcomed the life sentence rather than the death sentence.
After hearing that their lives had been spared, Mandela flashed the thumbs-up ANC salute. Almost immediately, police guards began to hustle them out of the dark. Mandela tried to spot Winnie and his mother among the spectators in the courtroom before ducking through the door to the cell below, where part of the Freedom Charter is etched into the wall. Here, he and the others were handcuffed. They were then made to wait for the din outside to die down before being taken away to start their life sentences. And Winnie left to face life without her husband. But deep down, she knew this wasn't the time to give up.
I shall never lose hope, and my people shall never lose hope. In fact, we expect that the work will go on.
They say you can spot a Robben Islander a mile off. Tolerance and self-control are the distinctive marks. So is the capacity to forgive. Eddie Daniels is an unmistakable Robben Islander. A so-called coloured from Cape Town, he joined the Liberal Party in the early 1960s. But he was convicted of involvement in the sabotage activities of a violent offshoot, the ARM. He still remembers the feeling of sheer terror when he arrived on the island to start his 15-year term.
I did not think I would survive. I was lucky I did survive. I survived because of the wonderful example set to me by Mr. Mandela, Sisulu and others, and because of world pressure on the government.
Unlike Eddie Daniels, who was brought to Robben Island by boat, the Rivonia trialists were flown in.
They could never take a chance and bring us by road because they feared that people may have organized something and to rescue us, whatever. And so they couldn't take a chance. They immediately flew us from Pretoria in a military plane direct to Robben Island. We landed there at 9:15 in the morning.
When Nelson Mandela and his fellow Rivonia trialists arrived on Robben Island, it was a grim, overcast day, probably an omen of things to come. The prison was clearly being geared up to receive many more long-term prisoners. The warders were surly, and stories about brutal assaults on prisoners were soon doing the rounds.
The first years were bad. The thing is, first of all, they removed all the black warders from Robben Island. So they're only whites. And the first lot were old, experienced, verkrampte warders.
They brought the worst type of warders, the worst type that we could ever get around the country, to come and look after us.
When we were brought out of our cells into the courtyard, they wouldn't do it unless there was a chap with a gun trained on us. And they believed that we were so dangerous.
But of course, with our demands, he would advocate that we should be treated as political prisoners, because they used to address us as what word did they use? Terrorists and so on. We didn't accept that word, terrorists and all that.
Like most South Africans at the time, Eddie Daniels had heard a lot about the Rivonia men. But he wouldn't have guessed he'd end up being jailed with them. As a political prisoner, Daniels was classified in D group, which meant he had no privileges. Ordinary criminal prisoners started in C group.
Eddie, does the day that you actually walked into isolation block, section B, stick in your memory?
Yes, it does. Because I was brought up with the police van up to the front gates and brought through the gates till I arrived here. And then, of course, one comes here and one is faced now by these two closed doors. And the doors itself looks frightening, and you wonder what's beyond those doors. So I had the fear in me. Doors were opened, and I was faced with this blank corridor, and I did not know where this corridor was leading to.
All these doors were closed?
Yes, as is like this. And so you look in the blank corridor, you see, and I'm just looking up, and that thing wasn't there. It was all, I didn't know how far I had to walk, and it was just grey and cold and frightening. And so you notice it's a double lock. The door down there has got a single lock, so it's really tight.
You wouldn't have had the key?
No, but since then I've attained the age of 21, so now I've been given the key.
Amazingly cramped quarters.
And, it is small, but we survived, you know? We did survive.
How were things arranged in here?
Well, we would have our mat on the floor around here. You know, we had a coir mat and a little felt mat, and that would be the floor. And I'd have my bucket here, and that's it.
In Long Walk to Freedom, Nelson Mandela describes Eddie Daniels as one of his greatest friends in prison. Daniels repays the compliment effusively. Isolated and alone when he arrived on Robben Island, Mandela was the first to show him any warmth. Mandela even emptied Daniel's slop bucket when he was too ill to get up.
So, Eddie, do you remember the first time you met Nelson Mandela here?
Yeah, I remember the first time. When I was brought to the section, I was isolated from everybody else the first 3 days. And then the fourth day, I was allowed to go out in the yard and work. And the afternoon, when we finished working, we would all go to the common toilet and the shower, although we weren't allowed to shower there, but we would go there. And as I was walking along, this big man stood in front of me, and I looked up, and I saw it was Mr. Mandela. The first time I met Mr. Mandela in the flesh, I knew about him, but the first time I met him. Then I said to him, good afternoon, Mr. Mandela. And he said to me, the name is Nelson. And we shook hands. Let me take you to Mr. Mandela's cell.
It's quite some distance from yours.
Yeah, it's number 5. Now, as I told you earlier, we were put in different cells, but eventually the wardens got tired of pushing us around, and then we were just allocated to our particular cells where we stayed. Mr. Mandela stayed in this cell. And it was in this cell where one day I walked in there, and Mr. Mandela and somebody else was in the cell with us, and suddenly Mr. Mandela started to recite to me the poem Invictus. It's in my book. It's a wonderful, inspiring poem. And the 2 last lines ends with, I am the captain of my soul, I am the master of my fate. And I was a high school teacher as well, and I taught my children that poem every year. And in the final analysis, I say, you make the final decision. See? We can guide you, we can advise you, but you make the final decision. You are the captains of your souls. You are the master.
But there were times when it was simply impossible to put a brave face on things. Eddie Daniels remembers Mandela's utter devastation after hearing about the death of his mother and later his eldest son in a car accident.
What Mr. Mandela would do, he'd come and you'd wrap a blanket around him. You would actually wrap his pain inside his body. And he would stay there, and then Mr. Sisulu would go in. And he would then go to Madiba and ask him, what is wrong, and Madiba would tell him, I've been informed my mother's dead. And what can you do, Then Mr. Sisulu would comfort Mr. Mandela. Mr. Sisulu would kneel next to Mr. Mandela and just hold his hand, and comfort him.
This was the intercom section here at Robben Island. And as you can see, this was B section, A section, C section.
Even in the most desolate moments, the political prisoners never had any real privacy.
Intercom system which you press and you can talk to the prisoner. Or you can listen into him to the cell, listen what he's doing, what is going on in the cell.
For the first time, Eddie Daniels is being shown the device that was used to eavesdrop on them. At the flick of a switch, a warder could monitor the goings-on in any cell. In those years, the contraption wouldn't have been out of place in a science fiction movie.
Eddie, did you know that they could listen in on your conversations or eavesdrop in what was going on in the cell?
I was not aware of it. As a matter of fact, this is quite a revelation. I can see we were actually sitting ducks in the sense is that we did not realize they would be eavesdropping on us in every single cell. That is quite a revelation.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The prison censor's office was perfectly positioned above the cells where Nelson Mandela and the other famous political prisoners were held all those years. This was effectively the nerve centre of the prison, where the warders could play God, able to cancel a prisoner's privileges on a whim. Christo Brunt, who became Mandela's chief warder, worked in the censor's office for a time.
But I want to show you some hole here. Behind this equipment, we have monitored the prisoners from here. It means we go onto this roof. On top of this roof, we always have overalls here. Then we have some box which we plant through next to the light fitting.
Eddie Daniels was right. The prisoners were sitting ducks. The ceiling of Nelson Mandela's cell, where he spent 18 years, is just to the right. The warders could hear everything. At first, the prisoners could write and receive only 1 letter every 6 months. They could also only correspond with their immediate family.
There were stringent restrictions on letter writing. Very often, prisoners would receive letters that didn't make any sense at all because large parts had been blotted out by the prison censors. This happened to Nelson Mandela's first letter from Winnie. Censored portions of letters were also sent to the Commission of Prisons in Pretoria as part of the state's intelligence gathering process.
My very first letter that I got They didn't give it to me on the grounds that its contents were objectionable. I got the letter 18 years later, the day I was transferred to Portmore prison. And the objectionable part was a little paragraph that said, there's been a change of government in Great Britain, Harold Wilson and the Labour Party are now in power. You see? Now, for that they withheld the whole letter from me.
Over time, about 30 political prisoners were locked up in Section B, or the isolation block as it was known. Not all were members of the ANC, some were from the rival PAC and other smaller organisations. There was some amazement at the government's decision to concentrate political prisoners on Robben Island. Nelson Mandela reckoned it was a big mistake because it allowed the political parties to find common ground, something they weren't able to do outside jail.
The fact that, the prison authorities treated us as if we're all one thing, they all called us pocos, it actually made us think that, as far as the white are concerned, the oppressors are concerned, we were all just one, and it was senseless for us always to be dwelling on our differences rather than on the things that unite us.
When we had quarrels among ourselves, when our organizations would break up, the committee would break up, Mr. Mandela, in spite of his powerful position, he would go around in a very humble way and speak to the leaders of the other organizations in his personal capacity, persuade them, let us come together, let us fight a common foe, let us unite. He would go and persuade people who didn't have a tenth of his clout, but he would go to them and plead with them to come together. He's tremendous.
Whenever new people came in, new prisoners came in, he made it a point, particularly if they came to our section, of spending time with them and learning from them what their experiences were, what was happening in the outside.
The political prisoners, or politicals as they were called, were able to communicate while carrying out their ablutions in the shower room. For Mandela, it was an opportunity to get to know some of his rivals. But it was still a frustratingly small world.
About 30 of us, including the RIVIONA 7, we were isolated from the rest of the prison community, completely isolated.
You got to know, while on prison, almost everybody. We were a small group, after all, about 30 in our section. And you are meeting the same people every day of your life.
There was little or no variety in the prisoners' routine either. They initially spent their days in this enclosed courtyard. Over time, they were allowed to establish a small garden here. Mandela became completely absorbed in it.
Well, this is where we worked for the first 3 years in prison. And our job here was to what they call nap stones. We were 3 rows of us. Mr. Mandela's group was there. I was in the middle group. And then over here was the third group, namely Zef Motoping, PAC and Johnson Mlombo and others. And so all day long, the common law prisoners would bring us big stones, slabs like that over there, and we would chop it into gravel. And that's what we did day after day after day.
The monotony of breaking stones ended when the prisoners were packed off to the island's lime quarry. The work was much more strenuous, but some of the prisoners were only too happy to escape the confines of the courtyard.
The lime quarry was the centre of Nelson Mandela's life for 13 of the 18 years he was on Robben Island. It was an awful place to spend such a long period of time, and the work was strenuous. Now, lime is the soft, calcified residue of seashells and coral, and it's buried in layers of rock. One had to use a pick to smash the rock and then extract the seam of lime with a shovel.
That is where most people, suffered, had problems with their eyes. As you see, Mandela, he had problems with his eyes as a result of the glare of the lime. We worked hard at that quarry for more than 10 years, I think.
The dust, when the wind blew, we were caked in dust, really. And the heat, of course, was intense. South African summers are intense. and then the glare of the face adds to the discomfort. But everything is relative. We prefer this than working in the yard.
To what extent did the warders push you to work harder here?
Well, at times the warders would be a bit relaxed. We had to fill a quota. We refused to work according to quotas. We always got into trouble. Later on, they allowed us to work more or less at their own pace. But when there was trouble outside, we would be pushed. And the lorries would come, and we knew that something had taken place outside, unpleasant to the government, and they had taken it out on us.
And this cave?
This cave was here when we came to the quarry. It was overgrown with brush, and we cleared the cave from the brush, and of course in the process a large number of mole snakes came out of the cave. Well, they disappeared because we had now occupied their home, and of course they're non-poisonous snakes. But then subsequently we used this cave as a toilet. We had a bucket here, and also we would use the cave if we had some contraband, a newspaper or something else we wanted to read or hide, then we would come here and utilize the cave for that purpose.
This was part of the warders' daily ritual, checking that the bars in every cell were intact. The prisoners were under continual surveillance.
At night, we will just come and monitor through the windows. And we will greet the prisoner. Sometimes the prison will open, we'll chat a little bit, and we walk on. So we will go through each prison at night. After 9 o'clock at night, you will warn the prisoners. Sorry, let's put away your study material, not allowed to study further. Because supposed to be lights off. Lights has never been switched off. But we call lights off, you must stop studying immediately. If you come back later,
sleep,
they must come to rest now. They must come to rest and they must sleep, at least. They must sleep now. So if you found a prisoner again, you will just take his name and number down, and the next day we will confiscate his study material. You go for a hearing, or what we call charge. We will charge him for studying after hours, and then he will lose his studies for the year.
The opportunity to study was precious. Nelson Mandela pursued the LLB degree he'd abandoned in the 1940s. Soon after arriving on Robben Island, he pleaded with the authorities to let the atmosphere of a university prevail.
We took a decision right from the beginning that we have got to make use of this period in prison, to improve ourselves, study, have a wider horizon of life, and so on and so forth.
Many political prisoners, like Eddie Daniels, had been poorly educated. Some were even illiterate. At first, classes were informal, taking place during work in the quarry, but they became more organized as time went by.
It was here where I got quite a portion of my education. I came to jail with a standard 6 education, grade 8. And when you were allowed to study, I was one of them who managed to take advantage of the situation. And we would come to jail, we'd come to the quarry from jail, and 3, 4, 5 of us, prior to coming to the quarry, we would prepare our lessons. And we would, for example, have a history class. And then we would take our picks and shovels and work at the face. But the 4 or 5 of us would discuss history.
While you were working?
While you were working, very surreptitiously, of course. And then we slowly, surreptitiously, would break up and then form a new group, and we would do Afrikaans or English language or whatever else we were studying. And so we'd spend 6 hours studying.
Every day at the quarry, we will find people standing in groups, pretending to be working. We are studying. Our slate or exercise book is the ground. You write with your foot there and pretend to be working, or use your finger. There were, for example, other people from the Transkei who had no clue about what education was about. Absolutely raw, illiterate. And we helped them to be able to, at least to read.
Dr. Cedric Isaacs is another ex-political prisoner who arrived on Robben Island about the same time as Mandela. But he was kept in the communal cells and worked in the stone quarry, not the lime quarry. He keeps a chunk of rock on his desk as a memento, not that he needs any reminding. For him, studying was a way to cope. He ran the educational program in the communal cell for most of the time he was on Robben Island.
I got about 4 university degrees. I did the BA degree, I did the information science degree, I did an honours degree and I started a master's degree there on the island. And there were many people who studied, and I think that kept your brain cells going. There's a saying that which keeps you young is the activity of your brain. And I sincerely believe that. I'm 65 this year, and I've got a biological age a lot more earlier than that. And I think keeping people mentally active is that which actually caused them to resist the effect of imprisonment.
It was a miracle any studying took place. Life in the communal cells was apparently far more hellish than in Mandela's section.
My jaw was broken after they found a radio with me. And they pulled off my clothes and put me in chains and left me there in a cell during winter, never mind what happened.
In the section where we lived, there was never any physical assault. Never. Not in the section where we lived. Yeah, there were people there who had been assaulted when they were in the communal cells. But once they joined us, there were never any assaults, physical assaults, you see. There was a lot of harassment, psychological, but and crude language and so forth, but never any physical assaults on us.
I think, first of all, they were a smaller group, and therefore they were organized themselves much more easily in resisting changes in a unified way. Whereas us in the larger sections, with something like almost 1,000 people there, with common law prisoners mixed with us. And it was very difficult to organize things in a systematic manner so that we all act together.
As Raymond Mhlaba recalls, the 30-odd prisoners in Mandela's group churned out lists of grievances and demands with great efficiency.
You must know that some of us were intellectuals. We had fellows who were lecturing at Cape Town University with us. We had lawyers and so on. When we write a memorandum and send to Pretoria, it was a big thing like this with first-class English. Yeah.
Reports of the wretched conditions on Robben Island also reached the outside world. In a rare public relations exercise, 25 South African journalists were flown to Robben Island in 1977, in the hope that their visit would help dispel rumors about harsh treatment. Then Deputy Commissioner of Prisons, Major General Jannie Roux, gave them a guided tour. The journalists were allowed to take a peek in Mandela's cell.
What is 466 for? 466, that is his prison number. This has got something to do with his study hours. He's allowed to have late lights till 2300 hours for study purposes.
Next to the ripening tomatoes, presumably from Mandela's garden, is a striking picture of Winnie. Mandela dusted it every morning. There was also a National Geographic photograph of a woman from the Andaman Islands between India and Malaysia. Mandela apparently joked that it would make Winnie jealous. By now, proper beds had replaced mats on the floor. The famous prisoner was nowhere to be seen, although some of his fellow inmates, including a youthful-looking Eddie Daniels, stood at their cell doors while the journalists passed through. But Mandela was eventually spotted clearing weeds from a path. He made no attempt to speak to the journalists. All they got was his defiant, unsmiling countenance. This is believed to be the only television footage of Mandela during his long incarceration. It wasn't shown in South Africa at the time because of the complete ban on pictures of Mandela. But rosy accounts of the journalists' visit to Robben Island did appear in some newspapers. The anti-apartheid politician Helen Suzman was much harder to impress. She made it her business to keep an eye on the political prisoners' welfare. Conditions on Robben Island started to improve after her first visit in the late 1960s. One brutal warder, who had a swastika tattoo, was removed on her insistence.
I was able to go around. I did go around. I went into the kitchen. I saw the sort of food they were getting. I'm sure they were tarted up for my visit. I remember on one occasion the chap who was peeling pumpkins said to me, "Oh, I knew something was going to happen. We haven't seen green vegetables for months."
But it was visits from family and friends that meant the most to the political prisoners. Initially, they were allowed only one visit every 6 months. They were so-called non-contact visits and would take place in these dreadfully impersonal booths, with the prisoners on the other side of the glass.
Nelson Mandela would look desperately forward to Winnie's visits, but when they happened, they were invariably frustrating. The warders would monitor their conversation, and if they veered from family matters, the visit was abruptly terminated.
The warders were very vindictive, or the authorities were very vindictive, because they would deliberately send our visitors wrong permits, so that the visit would be arranged, and then when they come along, they wouldn't be allowed here because they had the wrong permits. Or the prisoner would be informed that the visitor's not here, even though the visitor's here, if they wanted to be spiteful to the prisoner or to the visitor.
That almost broke him. But he was really unbreakable. This is his strength. In prison, I think Madiba grew spiritually in a way he had not done outside of prison. So I think it is his spiritual strength and his total belief in himself and in the knowledge that what he did was correct, was the right thing to do.
Eddie, so after another day on Robben Island, what sort of thoughts, feelings do you come away with?
Well, I come away with a feeling of satisfaction. Satisfaction in the sense is that I can go to Robben Island and leave when I want to leave. And also knowing, not in any gloating form, but knowing, that we had won the war. Our norms and our values have triumphed.
But the victory Eddie Daniels talks about was still a long way off when he was released from Robben Island in 1979. Nelson Mandela and 3 other Rivonia trialists made the same ferry trip to the mainland a few years later. Unlike Daniels, they were merely swapping one jail for another. Pollsmoor Prison outside Cape Town is in an unlikely setting. Smart suburban homes and vineyards surround the sprawling brick complex.
Nelson Mandela was puzzled by the sudden transfer to Pollsmoor Prison. He reckoned that the authorities resented the influence that he and his jailed colleagues had over fellow inmates at Robben Island. But he also suspected that the government, as he put it, wanted to cut off the head of the ANC on Robben Island by removing the leadership.
They thought everything emanated from us here. So in 1982, they decided, because soon after we had taken some action, I think it was boycott of food for 3 days or something, that they decided to transfer us, Mandela, Sisulu, Raymond Mhlaba and myself, to Pollsmoor Prison. They thought we were the troublemakers on that island.
The prisoners were brought to this communal cell with 4 beds on the top floor of Pollsmoor.
For the first time, they put us in one huge cell. It's like a hall. It's huge, very cold.
After the single cells of Robben Island, they got to know each other even better. Mandela was up at 5 every morning to do his usual exercises. This didn't please his comrades, who weren't early risers. Much to their annoyance, Mandela also insisted on rescuing unwelcome visitors when they would have gladly stamped on them.
After so many years on Robben Island, Nelson Mandela found Pollsmoor a different experience, a world of concrete, as he put it. Despite its modern appearance, the prison accommodation at Pollsmoor was archaic and dirty, but it did have its consolations. Their treatment was better, the food was superior, and they had greater access to newspapers and magazines. And since Pollsmoor was on the mainland, Mandela felt more connected to outside events, particularly the intensifying struggle against apartheid.
Mandela had been gratified by the emergence of a new, more militant generation of young black leaders after 1976. Protests against Afrikaans as a medium of instruction in schools in Soweto triggered a bigger uprising around the country, which lasted a year. The apartheid government used a mixture of brute force and piecemeal reforms to try to suppress lingering opposition. But the emergence of the United Democratic Front in 1983 and its confrontational approach showed that, if anything, resistance to apartheid was gathering momentum. For a time, Mandela could only look on with a frustrated detachment as the government and its opponents squared up.
This big L-shaped terrace on the roof of Pollsmoor was where Nelson Mandela and the others would spend most of the day. The walls are so high you can see only the sky, except in one corner where the ridges of the Constantiaberg mountain are visible. For Mandela, that bit of mountain was the tip of the iceberg of the outside world. It was on this rooftop that Mandela established his garden in the sky. 16 oil drums were sliced in half and used as containers for up to 900 plants. He was eventually supplying the prison kitchen with vegetables.
Christo Brunt, the affable warder who was transferred from Robben Island, helped Mandela get the garden going.
He was directing the garden. Every morning early up, he's there to see his plants. Then some insects attacked his plants. Then we organized a Sergeant Buta that time from the garden service to come and spray some poison or whatever to kill these small things on his tomato plants and things. But he was very keen on his garden. Every day he was with the garden, watering the garden, sitting there. We told him last time he mustn't look too much, that things won't grow, because he must come away, but he was really keen on his garden.
Brunt was the kind of warder that Mandela cultivated. The relationships he developed with the predominantly Afrikaner warders perplexed some of his fellow prisoners.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to
But
show
it
you
was
now
typical of Mandela's
a
pragmatism. It's even been suggested that through these relationships, he was able to understand the mindset of white Afrikaners, which would help him in later negotiations with the government.
He never was intemperate towards the warders. At the same time, he never was weak towards them. You know, he didn't say yes, pass all the time. He didn't use those kind of words also. He was always at a level. But his also important principle was that these warders in particular were just as much prisoners as we were. You know, they were prisoners of their own ideology, where they came from.
Promotion of prison officials depended on carrying out the policy of the government. And those days, the policy was very reactionary. But in every community, no matter how cruel they are, you will find some people who are humane and who do not want to be associated with any cruelty. And this happened also with Afrikaners. There were some of them who questioned what was being done to us.
By the mid-1980s, the country was in turmoil, with protests against apartheid escalating. Political unrest seemed to have become endemic. Against this backdrop, President Botha offered Mandela his freedom, provided he renounced violence. Botha was responding in part to the growing international clamour for Mandela's release and in the hope that it would help diffuse tension in the country. In a careful response, read out by his daughter Zinzi at the Jabulani Stadium in Soweto, Mandela flatly rejected the offer while keeping open the option of negotiation. They were the first words anyone had heard from Mandela since his speech from the dock in the Rivonia trial. Botha realized he had painted himself in a corner by demanding Mandela to forswear violence in exchange for his freedom. Any backtracking would make him look weak, so he started searching for ways out of his dilemma.
The alternative is murder.
Dr. Neil Barnard was appointed head of South Africa's intelligence services when black opposition to white rule was intensifying. He was only 29 at the time. Despite the apartheid government's defiant stand to the end, he says for him the writing was already on the wall.
South Africa in the early 80s were a troubled land. In actual fact, we were in the grip of a revolution, so to speak. And the NIS, the intelligence service, which I was the head of, fairly early in the 80s started to take the line that the only way out for all South Africans would be a political solution.
This Cape Town hospital is part of South African history. Nelson Mandela underwent surgery here for an enlarged prostate gland in 1985. Dr. Ntate Motlana, the Mandela family doctor, helped assemble a team of top medical experts.
We had 4 or 5 urologists, world's top urologists, and in the end we had to decide who would operate. And Mr. Mandela was asked who would he rather have operate on him, and he chose the prison doctor, a Dr. Lopsha, who'd been looking after him all those years. And I've always said, you know, when I tell the story, that it shows the kind of man Mr. Mandela was. Here is a prison doctor, an Afrikaner to boot, chosen above all these wonderful Jews and Frenchmen to operate on him. It was a very successful operation.
P.W. Botha's government apparently showed unusual concern about Mandela's health because of a grudging but growing acceptance that there could be no political solution without him.
The state was concerned about Mandela's health. I mean, the fact that they allowed all these top specialists from all over the world to congregate at the Force Hospital to make sure that nothing happened to Mr. Mandela showed how concerned they were. I mean, suppose Mandela was to die in prison. I mean, they knew that this country would go up in flames.
The hospital was swarming with police when Nelson Mandela was being treated here. There's a story that one jumpy policeman accidentally fired his gun. The bullet hit him in the foot and then left this hole in the floor here. The medical staff now refer to it as Mandela's hole.
An apartheid government heavyweight, the Justice Minister, Kobie Coetzee, paid him an unexpected visit. Coetzee was in charge of prisons, effectively Mandela's jailer. He was amazed at Coetzee's friendliness. Reading between the lines, Mandela was convinced Coetzee was putting out feelers.
After his operation, Nelson Mandela didn't rejoin his colleagues in their communal cell on the top floor of Pollsmoor. Instead, he was brought to this one, on the bottom floor, in an entirely different wing. It was palatial by prison standards, 3 rooms with their own toilet, but it was damp, musty, and there was little natural light. Mandela didn't know why he had been relocated, but he realized that the solitude gave him a certain liberty, and he resolved to use it to do something that he'd been considering for a long time: begin discussions with the government.
Initially, though, Mandela's fellow prisoners were alarmed by his move, suspecting that the government was trying to divide them.
When he was discharged, they did not bring him directly to our cell. You see, they now kept him in a separate cell. But we heard that Mandela was out of the hospital. Where is he now? No, they're saying no, he's kept in another cell.
Actually, the day they removed him, we wanted to protest instinctively. We wanted to protest. And he said, look, chaps, cool it. Something good may come out of this.
As the violence worsened in the 1980s, Mandela became increasingly worried. He feared it might become so bad nobody would be able to control it. The government seemed to be playing a double game. It brutally suppressed political protests while toying with the idea of more political reforms. In the loneliness of his cell, Mandela decided he had to do something. He asked to see P.W. Botha to discuss the possibility of a negotiated settlement.
It's very clear that Mr. Mandela himself at the time made some overtures towards the South African government, then Minister Kobie Coetzee in particular, to start a process of negotiations.
But he didn't consult with us. And he admits, why not? He expected opposition. So that's why he said, let them leave him alone. And he started talking to these guys.
When we informed him where we were going to take him to, we didn't discuss...
Christo Brunt drove Nelson Mandela to his first secret meeting with the Justice Minister, Kobie Coetzee. The venue was the minister's official Cape Town residence, Savernake. Brunt said Mandela seemed none the wiser what the nighttime excursion was about.
He was also surprised to be going out at night. He was looked for us very surprised where he's going to.
And presumably you had the security police in tow?
Yes, at the back of us was security police escorting us, and even in front of us was security police escorting us to this house.
This is Savernake now?
That is Savernake, and always when we get here, in front of the gates was always police guarding the place, and then they let us in immediately because they know and expected us.
For a while, Mandela's forays to Coetzee's house took place without the knowledge of his fellow political prisoners. But Ahmed Kathrada remembers it was Christo Brandt who eventually let the cat out of the bag.
He says, I want to tell you something, but you won't tell the others. I said, no, don't tell me, I didn't ask you. He says, last night we took Mandela to Kobe Coetzee's house. That was enough. We didn't need any more information. This was confirmation that Mandela is talking to the other side.
He then called us to a meeting to come and inform us of the discussions that have taken place between himself and Kobe Coetzee.
When he's taken the first step and started talking, he then decided it's now time to tell us and discuss with us.
On the first occasion when he called us to give us this report, he had always insisted that after I've had discussions with you, I've got to meet my colleagues, my comrades, and give them a report so that they can know what is happening. If they don't agree with what I'm doing, they'll say so. If they agree, they'll say so. I can't do things on my own.
The first two, that is Mlangeni and Klaba, their reaction was, look, there's nothing wrong with it. Why did you not start earlier talking to these chaps?
We said, if they want to talk, let them talk. Let them talk to you. They did not want to talk to us. They spoke to Mandela because apparently they thought Mandela was more amenable than some of us.
Comes Walter Sisulu. Walter says, there's nothing in principle against this, but the initiative should have come from the other side. Mandela says, well, once you agree in principle, the rest is not important, where the initiative came from. Then it came to me, and he says, we were on different wavelengths. I was completely against it.
At times, the process was deeply frustrating for Mandela. He was unhappy about acting on his own, and there were long periods when he'd hear nothing from the government. As the violence spiraled and South Africa's international isolation deepened, P.W. Botha hardened. But there was a growing sense in some official circles that a deal with the ANC had to be struck before it was too late.
From our side, the NIS side, we very clearly took the line, let us start negotiating while we are still in a position to really negotiate. Not like Ian Smith and the Rhodesians.
Barnard, who was close to P.W. Botha, became the key member of a team set up to hold discussions with Mandela.
Let me put this one quite straightforward. We thought from the very beginning that in Mr. Mandela, whatever one would think of him, there was a man who had a very clear view and a vision about all South Africans playing a role in a future dispensation.
When Nelson Mandela finally sat down for his first formal talks at this guest house in Pollsmoor, the first issue to arise was the armed struggle. Mandela said in many ways this was the most crucial issue. The government wanted the ANC to renounce violence before it would start negotiations. Mandela's response, heard many times before, was that it was the government that was responsible for violence. And if it relented, so would the ANC.
We had hours and literally hours and days of discussions on that. And I must say Mandela took one line and he constantly stated that. He said, it's not possible for me to renounce or end or stop the armed struggle. And the reason is quite easy. The moment I do that, I will lose any support with my own constituents.
Nelson Mandela was intent on a face-to-face meeting with President Botha. He started drafting a memorandum for the president, proposing a way out of the political impasse. It was intended to create talking points for any future discussion. In it, he warned against the real danger of a racial war in South Africa and explained his objections to the government's 3 conditions for negotiations.
In addition to the armed struggle, Mandela outlined the reasons why the ANC wouldn't ditch the Communist Party or back down on the concept of majority rule. He also made it clear that he was making the move without consultation with the ANC. After receiving hospital treatment in 1988 for early signs of tuberculosis, Mandela was transferred to a warder's house on a prison farm outside Cape Town. It was the first proper house Mandela had ever lived in.
And all of us realized that we cannot keep Mr. Mandela in the prison in Pollsmoor for the duration of the negotiations. We should prepare this man for the day in which he will be the future president of this country. So we should have a situation where he could stay not in a prison, but under quote-unquote normal circumstances.
When Nelson Mandela was moved to this prison house, he knew he was being prepared for freedom. But despite its obvious comforts and the fact that he was seeing more people than ever, it was a lonely and frustrating place. Here he was at the very centre of efforts to save the country from ruin. But the apartheid government wanted to extract what they could from him, and his colleagues in the ANC leadership were worried about what he might commit to.
There were other leading members of the ANC who suspected that Mandela was possibly selling out, deliberately, consciously or unconsciously.
The ANC president, Oliver Tambo, at exile headquarters in Lusaka, became increasingly agitated as the rumours flourished.
It is on record that he sent a message to Madiba to say, "What are you talking to the regime about?" And Mandela is on record that Mandela was annoyed by that question. And he's answered with a simple sentence. "I'm talking about them talking to you."
At the time, Maharaj headed up Operation Vula, a group of ANC leaders who'd infiltrated South Africa to help give direction to the growing political uprising.
And instead of beginning to suspect each other, I sent a report to President Tambo that I think, knowing Madiba, I think I can break through and open secret communications with him.
The apartheid government was all ears when Nelson Mandela was here. He was meeting some of his key political allies, and it's unlikely that much that he said went undetected. Apparently, even this garden furniture, and this is the original set, had a bug inserted somewhere in it. Mandela's lawyer, George Bizos, also used to joke about the bugs in the garden beds. And if we take the television camera over to this thatched boma, and I'm sure it was in much better condition when Nelson Mandela was here, you'll be able to see a hole in which a bug was apparently inserted.
This tree, which provided a shady spot for Mandela to meet visitors, also concealed a listening device. Maharaj had to be careful about establishing a regular link-up with Mandela and Tambo. He got people visiting Mandela to slip him minute notes when they shook hands. A trick learnt on Robben Island, where Maharaj had grown close to Mandela while serving a 12-year sentence.
When I left prison, we had agreed on one thing. That was in 1976, that if Madiba ever got a message in which the name Zwengendaba appeared, he would know that's me. So I sent a message to him, or agreed to by Oliver Tambo, in which I said to the person who was delivering this note, concealed and to deliver under the table, I said, as you're talking to him, tell him you've met so-and-so and love from so-and-so, and say love from Zwengendaba, and he would know. The laugh is that Madiba collected this little bit of note, but he was shivering so much that he couldn't find his pocket.
Using a small laptop computer and modem, Maharaj sent coded messages from phone booths to ANC headquarters in Lusaka, containing Mandela's response.
That enabled President Tambo to brief Mandela about the strategy, the strengths and weaknesses of where we were. And it gave Comrade Mandela a chance to send out exactly what was happening in his discussions without the authorities knowing it.
Those discussions took a new turn when Mandela was famously taken to meet P.W. Botha at Teinhuis in Cape Town in July 1989. By then, Botha was politically weakened. He had stepped down as leader of the National Party after suffering a stroke, but retained his government position as president. Mandela had been waiting 2 years for this. Botha, for his part, was still in two minds about the meeting.
My line has been served, President. I believe you cannot lose if the meeting took place. If the meeting take place and nothing comes from that and the revolution, quote unquote, continues, you will always be capable of telling your children and your grandchildren and all South Africans that I tried to find a peaceful settlement. I talked to Mandela myself. If on the other hand, this whole process is a successful one, my view very strongly could be that you can tell, again, your children, grandchildren, South Africans, I, in fact, symbolically kicked off this whole process. So, either side, you cannot lose.
Mandela was smuggled into the president's office. The security policemen at the gates were told he was a politician from an African state. Mandela said the people accompanying him were clearly scared of President Botha. Neil Barnard noticed Mandela's shoelaces were undone and got down on his knees outside the president's office to tie them up.
We were sitting there, and I knew PW. Can you remember if the old man would have been stumbling over his own shoelaces going into the office in Teenage, what the hell would have been then happened? So I saw these shoelaces wasn't tied, and I tied the shoelaces.
To Mandela's surprise, it was a convivial encounter. P.W. Botha even poured the tea.
It was a very good meeting. They were talking about their health and about the family and about Savimbi and about Africa and about the peaceful process, but very deliberately. From both sides, they refrained from tackling issues in which they both knew instinctively they would perhaps become involved in heated argument.
The meeting was photographed by one of P.W. Botha's aides. Neil Barnard, between Botha and Mandela, was beaming from ear to ear, looking as though he'd just pulled off a huge coup.
Mandela himself, after that, was not very much impressed by this photograph. He took the line that the photo didn't, if I remember correctly, he strangely enough took the line that the photo portrays himself in some subservient way, if that's the correct English word, which I really cannot agree to, but he was not happy. He was afraid that here we were playing a trick on him, trying to take a photograph and we were going to publish that, etc., etc. And as you know by now, it never happened.
Back at his prison house, Nelson Mandela was able to reflect on his meeting with President Botha. It didn't even last half an hour, but Mandela was struck at how friendly it was. He didn't regard it as a breakthrough in negotiations, but important in another respect. The president had long talked about the need to cross the Rubicon. Mandela believed he'd now finally done it, and there was no turning back.
But whatever P.W. Botha had started, he wasn't able to see it through. 6 weeks after meeting Mandela, he went on television and angrily announced his resignation, claiming that his colleagues were undermining him. There was initial uncertainty whether his successor, F.W. de Klerk, would do what was needed to be done to resolve South Africa's political crisis. But for Neil Barnard, who was still at the centre of talks with Mandela, there was no turning back, irrespective of who was in Teenhays.
It could have been more difficult, it could have had more hiccups. My point is, at the time when Mr. de Klerk became the president, the process has developed an inner unstoppable momentum which, in my view, almost nobody would have been able to stop in its tracks and turn it around. Then the pendulum, or the so-called Rubicon, to use that infamous expression, has been crossed.
To show he meant business, de Klerk had to release the ANC leaders without conditions.
The government was saying, if you were to be released, wouldn't you further the political activities? You wouldn't cause unrest in the country. They wanted assurance from us. That assurance we didn't give because we were not individualists, loose individuals. Our conduct was going to be governed by the feeling of our people.
We said we are not committing ourselves to anything. If you want to release us, our release, all of us, must be unconditional. And we are not going to be released and leave Mandela here. It was after Mandela had seriously persuaded us and said, chaps, I have been assured that they are sending you out, releasing as feelers, testing the waters, and that soon thereafter I will be released. We then agreed to that. Said, all right, if you are assuring us, and you have also been assured by the authorities that soon after our release you will follow us, then we accept our release. Then they released us. And as you know, that 4 months later, Mandela was also released.
I am now in a position to announce that Mr. Nelson Mandela will be released at the Victor Verster prison on Sunday, the 11th of February, at about 3 p.m.
President de Klerk wanted to release Nelson Mandela in Johannesburg, his home. Mandela insisted on being allowed to walk through the prison gates. When he eventually did so, he was completely overwhelmed by the thousands of well-wishers and hordes of news people who gathered here to greet him.
Nelson Mandela had been willing this to happen ever since he was in prison. It was the first real meeting between the South African government and the ANC. F.W. de Klerk even had the grace to welcome Joe Slovo. He'd been horrified at the communist leader's inclusion in the ANC delegation. Ruth Mompati, also back from exile for the meeting, feared an ambush in enemy territory.
We're not sure whether the plane would be blown up as we were about to land, but we just felt if that happens, it would be one of the prices that we would have to pay.
The truth is there was tension, recrimination and suspicion on both sides. The government was fearful that the talks might be the target of left-wing as much as right-wing radicals, and alternative venues were arranged for the talks in case things went wrong. But it was here, at the stately Grootskeur mansion at the foot of Table Mountain, that leaders of the South African government and the ANC had their historic first encounter.
The two sides exchanged reminiscences and jokes. They even tolerated each other's bad habits. Mandela said many wondered out loud why it hadn't taken place long before. But most ANC supporters wanted an immediate transfer of power, not negotiations which would mean compromise.
The comrades who believed did not believe that the enemy or the ruling power ever negotiates itself out of power, and therefore that negotiations could succeed. So they felt that that was a non-starter, and that Mandela, in espousing negotiations, was espousing a route that would not deliver results but would entrap us.
There was no clarity as to whether we would be able to sit around the table and in fact negotiate a peaceful settlement, despite the initial commitments that there might have been.
The police were taking a while to change their ways. This was just weeks after Mandela's release and just weeks before the Grootskeur meeting. 12 people died when the police opened fire without warning on an ANC demonstration in Sebokeng, south of Johannesburg. Mandela tore into de Klerk, accusing him of failing to rein in the police. But South Africa's two major political leaders needed each other to pull off South Africa's negotiated transition.
In the end, the ultimate negotiations had to take place between those in power, that was the National Party government, and those that would most likely take power, and that was the ANC, being the majority leader on the side of the black community.
When it was time to pronounce on Grootskeur, Mandela went out on a limb again to endorse de Klerk. He'd done it on the night of his release. It was a very purposeful act, permitting the ANC, in the eyes of its militant supporters, to sit down and negotiate with the enemy.
I have not the slightest doubt that the state president means what he says. And I have had, for the last 3 days, had the opportunity of exchanging views with members of his delegation. And I have no doubt whatsoever about their integrity.
And we felt, no, man, how can you say this about de Klerk, man, and this leader of apartheid, son of a verkrampte minister, and known to be a verkrampte himself, and you are saying, in a man of integrity.
Although only a preliminary meeting, the Grootskeur talks were important for two reasons: to clear obstacles in the way of formal negotiations and to show that the seemingly impossible was possible. The two historic enemies could sit down face to face in a convivial atmosphere. And if anybody at those talks bothered to stop and look at the giant frieze above the main doorway at Grootskeur, which depicts Jan van Riebeeck, the first European settler at the Cape, negotiating with the locals, they would have wondered whether things would go the same way.
Mock weapons being displayed at ANC rallies soon after the organisation's unbanning. These were the kind of images that made F.W. de Klerk's Securitas fume. A good many other white South Africans too. It was a reminder of the hidden army the ANC still had at its disposal. De Klerk desperately wanted to spike the ANC's guns. He couldn't justify negotiating with the ANC while it was still committed to an armed struggle, in theory at least. Soon after Grootskeur, police arrested Mac Maharaj, who headed up the still intact military unit of Operation Vula. It was claimed that Vula was a communist plot to overthrow the government under cover of negotiations. But Maharaj had just helped draft a proposal, initially suggested by the ultra-radical Joe Slovo, to halt armed actions by the ANC.
Slovo, Thabo Mbeki, Ronnie Castles and myself were asked to draft the proposal. And we drafted a proposal recommending the suspension of the arms, not abandonment, but suspension.
It was an extraordinary concession made at these talks in Pretoria. As MK's first commander-in-chief, Mandela was initially hesitant about suspending the armed struggle. It had symbolic importance. even if things had been less than impressive on the ground. But after de Klerk unbanned political organizations, Mandela saw the need to retake the moral high ground.
He had a view that we could not negotiate towards a peaceful settlement if we didn't do this disarmament.
The move delighted the government, but it alarmed ANC supporters. Apparently, most felt it was a sellout. Mandela and other ANC leaders had to convince them that it was a noble compromise, not something they had been forced into.
The dominant position amongst people who were in the armed, in Mkhonto weSizwe, at the level of operatives, was that there should not be a disarmament of the MK contingents whilst negotiations were still in progress, because people were uncertain as to the intentions of the National Party government at the time.
Political violence was worse than ever after the Pretoria meeting. Mandela felt that he'd rushed too quickly into abandoning the armed struggle. His own supporters felt he couldn't protect them. His credibility as a leader took a knock. Most of the violence was initially concentrated in rural KwaZulu-Natal, between supporters of the ANC and Chief Buthelez's Zulu party in Inkatha. Soon after his release, Mandela went to KwaZulu-Natal, the killing ground as he described it, to call for an end to the violence. He wanted to share this platform with Chief Buthelezi, but other ANC leaders who viewed the Zulu leader as an ethnic dictator stopped it. Mandela did what he could.
Take your guns, your knives, and your pangas, and throw them into the sea.
But his words, as he would remark later, fell on deaf ears. As Inkatha extended its influence to the country's industrial heartland, in the towns around Johannesburg and Pretoria, the fighting escalated.
It looked like black-on-black violence, train violence, hostile violence was just going on. Our own people were just dying. And people were saying, what for? What for? When does this end? All very well to be having those talks, but we are dying on the ground.
Mandela noticed the violence was following a pattern. It seemed to flare up whenever the government and the ANC were moving towards agreement. He believed dissident members of the security forces, who felt threatened by the negotiations, were conniving with Inkatha in the attacks on ANC supporters. Mandela turned on de Klerk again, demanding action against the killers who were dubbed the Third Force.
Madiba had been raising the matter, and de Klerk's answer was always, bring me proof.
We didn't have clear insight as to what was happening. It could well have been that there were rogue elements within the security forces that were responsible for that, but it was unidentifiable.
Grim hostels like the Merafi hostel here in Soweto were a feature of the many crowded townships around Johannesburg. They were the temporary homes for Zulu men who came to work in the city. It was the perfect place for political mobilization. Many of the men who lived here had deep attachment to their Zulu traditions and were easily organized into fighting units to attack people in neighboring communities who were believed to support the ANC's campaign of vilification against Chief Buthelezi and Inkatha.
Sikhle Mvelase lived in the Merafi hostel throughout those troubled times.
Right here, kwaqhubeka kwathi ngo-1990 lapho kwaqala khona kwathanda ukuba nzimanyana ukuthi sekukhona manje ukuthi sibhekane kabi nabantu baselokishini ngenxa yokuthi ipolitiki yayithi asibhekane kabi ngendlela ukuthi kuno-ANC no-IFP kunabanye abasapotha abanye abantu ukuthi no hayi lo ANC utheni komunye umuntu.
Mandela was as relieved as he was delighted when Oliver Tambo returned to South Africa after 30 years in exile for the ANC's consultative conference in Johannesburg at the end of 1990. He needed the support of his old friend and ally, who had held the ANC together all the years it was banned. Many in the ANC thought Mandela was appearing increasingly moderate, not the tough revolutionary lionized for his sacrifices.
I think I was part of the comrades who were saying, Madiba, you're being too soft. When the violence was raging, many of us were extremely agitated.
A bold proposal by Tambo calling on the ANC to re-evaluate its sanctions policy was shot down by the militants. It was their best lever to get de Klerk to do more. In this tense atmosphere, Mandela tried to appease the militants by warning the government a return to armed struggle was always a possibility.
Ceasefires, whether bilateral or unilateral, are by their nature temporary measures.
It was still a long way off before Mandela would be able to vote for a change of government. This was to elect a new leadership for the ANC at its first full conference on South African soil in more than 30 years. The ANC was in a mess and in need of an overhaul. Those who wanted to talk and those who wanted to fight had to be reconciled. The ANC also needed to transform itself from a liberation movement into a political party with a coherent organizational structure.
And candidate Cyril Ramaphosa, 1,000.
Cyril Ramaphosa, the head of the National Union of Mine Workers, the most powerful black union, was elected to the key position of Secretary General. For many, it was a surprise choice. He was outside the mainstream of the ANC. Ramaphosa had been attracted to trade unionism after watching a Sylvester Stallone film. After years of negotiating with South Africa's mining bosses, Ramaphosa had developed the kind of toughness his movie hero would have admired. It was going to be needed in the negotiations that lay ahead with the government. If Ramaphosa's election had been unexpected, Mandela's was not.
And I accordingly take great pleasure in announcing the election of Comrade Nelson Mandela.
Most people already saw him as the real leader of the ANC. Oliver Tambo, who had stepped down because of ill health, often joked he had simply kept the seat warm for Mandela while he was in prison. Winnie waited patiently to take her turn to congratulate her husband. But this was mainly for the cameras. She could no longer claim to be a supportive wife. When Mandela first returned to his matchbox house in Soweto, Winnie fussed over him. He adored her. Being back with Winnie was one of the things he valued most about being free.
I also felt very happy that I could now join my beloved wife and give her the support and security which she had missed for the last 28 years.
But Winnie had no desire to simply be Mandela's consort. She had political ambitions of her own. She was popular among the township youth, the homeless and unemployed. Her radical outlook contrasted sharply with Mandela's conciliatory style. She was appalled when Mandela called de Klerk a man of integrity and continued to wear a kind of military uniform while he was talking peace.
Winnie had a mind of her own. She was a political figure in her own right. She did as she pleased. And I don't think Winnie would have listened to anybody.
Mandela also seemed unable to wean her off the lifestyle that caused so much scandal in the final years of his imprisonment. Most embarrassing for Mandela were her frequent late-night excursions, drinking binges, and liaisons with other men. Mandela was awkward about moving to a big house in another part of Soweto which Winnie had specially built for them. He felt it was ostentatious, but they were leading increasingly separate lives.
By the time he was asleep, she would come into the bedroom. And he used to get up very early. So by the time he got up in the morning, she was fast asleep. So there was never a chance for them to have any sort of conversation during that short period after his release, really. And then other than that, there were always people around.
Another cloud over the Mandelas was Winnie's involvement in the so-called Stompie saga. While Mandela was still in prison, township thugs called the Mandela United Football Club, who acted as Winnie's bodyguard, kidnapped 4 youths and brought them to the home where they were assaulted. The youngest, 14-year-old Stompie Sipai, was accused of being a police spy and later found dead. Winnie was eventually charged with kidnapping and assault.
Although it was fast becoming an open secret that the Mandela's marriage was in crisis, Nelson Mandela was determined to give Winnie maximum support when she came up for trial at the Johannesburg Supreme Court in February 1991. He also urged friends to show up in solidarity. Despite their deteriorating relationship, Mandela felt troubled, guilty even, that Winnie had borne the brunt of family pressures and political persecution all those years he was in jail.
He stood by her solidly all the time. One morning he had asked a whole lot of NEC members to come early that morning to either Shell House or somewhere where they were. And I remember Joe Slovo telling me they thought they were going to have a meeting, and the next thing is he marched them off to court. So whoever was there had to go to court with him.
The case was marred by disappearing witnesses and changing testimony. Winnie spent 5 days in the witness box. She maintained she'd been out of town on the night of Stompie's killing. The judge accepted Winnie's alibi, but found her guilty of conniving in the assault. She was sentenced to 6 years in jail, reduced on appeal to a fine and a suspended sentence. Despite the conviction, Mandela still preferred to believe her side of the story.
I think he just loved her tremendously still. Loved her and felt that he was to blame for all she did.
But when some of the witnesses in the Stompie trial later retracted or changed their evidence that supported Winnie, and she continued to see her young lawyer lover, Dali Mpofu, Mandela announced he was parting from her.
Owing to differences between ourselves in a number of issues in recent months, we have mutually agreed that a separation would be best for each one of us.
For a while, those close to Mandela feared that the breakup of his marriage to Winnie might sap his morale at a time he needed all his energy for the political negotiations. He started a new life when he moved into this old house in the rich white suburb of Houghton, a world away from the Soweto where he had so eagerly returned after his release from prison.
Apart from the guards at the gate, the house looked deserted. Mandela's close friends worried about him.
He was very solitary, very lonely, although he never said that he was lonely, but I know he was.
Mandela befriended his white neighbors like this woman and her family.
Yes, I was outside in the garden with my little one when he came with his security guys to the gate and introduced himself. We went inside. Obviously, we knew who he was. And he spent quite a few hours with us.
Mandela and de Klerk's relationship also seemed unsalvageable. Mandela repeatedly condemned de Klerk for failing to weed out elements in the security forces thought to be orchestrating the third force violence.
I think Madiba, over the violence question, really came to feel that Mr. de Klerk was in the position of authority where he could have done more. He was sensitive to the fact that de Klerk was managing a very tricky process within his own security forces, but he certainly felt that Mr. de Klerk was not being sufficiently forthright on this matter.
In as much as FW tried to focus on that and find the real source, it was very hard for him to find any substantial evidence to that extent. So he was forced to deny all the time. Legitimately, so in terms of his information he had available.
Madiba knew that there was a third force in motion. He knew that people were being, that the negotiating process was being scuttled somewhere by somebody, and he wanted to stop that. So his view was, the more you expose it, the more you explain to people what's going on, it will strengthen the resolve of the people to continue with the negotiations.
Mandela suspected de Klerk was also finding it hard to swallow the idea of a full democracy.
I think that the ANC was very clear about the end goal of the process, which was one person, one vote, a democratic majority-making, decision-making body. I think the government and the National Party was more clear on tactical things.
I think we were at that period more focused on majority versus minority, on protection of minority rights, on so-called group rights and things like that, instead of looking at the real constitutional framework for the future that we wanted to create.
This strength on the ANC and Mandela's side was, let us acknowledge that the world, our country, cannot go on like this. And let us sit down, because we believe nobody across the table can put an explanation justifying any system of government that is not democratically based.
A motley reception committee greeted delegates as they made their way to the World Trade Center near Johannesburg Airport for the Convention for a Democratic South Africa, better known as CODESA. This was the start of negotiations proper on the shaping of a new South Africa. It was nearly 2 years since Mandela's release.
As you can see, they're preparing for a banquet here, but it was in this cavernous room that more than 200 delegates from 19 political parties crowded for the opening of the CODESA negotiations just before Christmas in 1991. It was the largest cross-section of the country's leaders ever to meet. But it was essentially a duel between Nelson Mandela and F.W. de Klerk and their respective parties.
Things started off pleasantly enough. Mandela seemed intent on shaking every hand in the room. De Klerk showed he could be just as friendly. There were some notable absentees, among them right-wing Afrikaner parties and the erratic Chief Buthelezi. But what was intended as a largely ritualistic event turned into a major showdown between de Klerk and Mandela. De Klerk had arranged with the ANC to be the last speaker at the end of the first day. ANC members were aghast, piled into them about the continued existence of their guerrilla force.
The stipulation in the peace accord that no political party shall have a private army places a question mark over the ANC's participation in a convention which essentially is taking place among political parties. An organization which remains committed to an armed struggle cannot be trusted completely when it also commits itself to peacefully negotiated solutions.
Mac Maharaj was one of the joint secretaries managing the talks.
I was being incited to do something. And I was saying, wait a minute, the rules don't allow for another speech, but I had got a note from Cyril saying Madiba insists he's going to speak again.
A humiliating public dressing down of de Klerk followed.
If a man can come to a conference of this nature and play the type of politics which are contained in his paper, very few people would like her to deal with such a man.
Soweto was jubilant. Horns were blowing because they saw that, no, this man may look tame, but this is a fighter. That he's polite, he's dignified, but if you want to have a street brawl with him, you got it. And when it's a street brawl, he's going to fight you to the end. And people said, no. This man we can trust.
The members of the government persuaded us to allow them to speak last. They were very keen to say the last word here. It is now clear why they did so. And he has abused his position because he hoped that I would not reply. He was completely mistaken. I am replying now.
I mean, we can all recall that Mandela, after his release, called FW a person of integrity. And that was suddenly gone after CODESA won.
The air hadn't really cleared when CODESA reconvened 5 months later. Mandela believed de Klerk was still contriving to prevent majority rule.
Working Group 2 has failed to reach agreement on the assignments that it was charged to negotiate.
No agreement could be reached on percentages for the passing of key points in the new constitution. The negotiations collapsed.
Things were shifting, this time a little bit towards us, then against us, through the violence, through other techniques to control of state power, to trying to set the agenda for the negotiating table. And so therefore it was a highly contested terrain, and for quite a while it looked like de Klerk was making the running.
That was one of the reasons why they decided to collapse CODESA 2 in May of 1992. In other words, that they were not happy with the expected outcome of a constitutional arrangement that was put forward by the government at that stage, and that therefore they wanted the negotiations at that point to fail and to make a fresh start.
This is the only warm spot during winter in Pauline Mbata's shack. With the cold come memories of the night in June 1991 when heavily armed Zulus from a nearby migrant workers' hostel attacked Boipatong, an ANC-supporting squatter camp south of Johannesburg. Pauline was stabbed and hacked in the orgy of violence, which left 45 of her neighbors dead. News of the massacre even reached the United Nations, which passed a resolution calling for the perpetrators to be brought to justice. But the residents of Boipatong refused to give statements to the police because they were convinced the authorities were involved. White men with blackened faces were said to have joined the attack.
The continuing poverty in Boipatong suggests it's a forgotten place for all except those who live here. But its name lives on in history after the massacre among these houses, which for a time scuttled negotiations between the National Party government and the ANC. For Mandela, it was the final straw. At the funeral for the 45 people who were killed, he said he could no longer explain to his supporters why he was continuing to talk to a regime that was murdering his people.
He was very emotional about women and children who had been brutalized in that attack. I recall that we looked at the corpse of a woman whose breast had been cut, and for him that was just the level of indignity that person had suffered really affected him a great deal.
Mandela felt the full rage of the people of Boipatong, who pleaded for guns to protect themselves.
There were placards in the crowds that said, "You're acting like a sheep, and our people are dying." And he couldn't hear what the song was, and he sent myself and other people out into the crowd to go and ask, what are people singing? And we did, and people came up and showed him their placards. He read it, and he said, "Look, his explanation was that I can't just stand here and say that only my heart is with you. I'm going to make sure that this never happens again."
Believing the government was blocking negotiations and waging a covert war against his supporters, Mandela felt there was only one thing to do.
After the shootings, after the murder of our people, I instructed Comrade Ramaphosa that he and his delegation will not have any further discussions with the regime.
It can be said that the breakdown of CODESA 2 and thereafter the breakdown of all talks in May and June of 1992 were probably the best things that could have happened to a settlement in South Africa. Because if we carried on the initial platform that was created during the first part of the negotiations, I think we would have ended up with no agreement in South Africa.
The collapse of the negotiations on top of the Boipatong massacre played into the hands of the ANC militants who still dreamed of insurrection. The mass demonstrations in Eastern Europe a few years earlier, which had helped oust even the most ruthless dictators, were still fresh in their minds. Angered by the seemingly fruitless political negotiations and mounting death toll, the militants wanted to do something that would shake the white government. Mandela had to meet them halfway. He needed their support. Rolling mass action involving continuous strikes, boycotts and street demonstrations was agreed on to try to press the government to give way. It was a middle course between armed struggle and negotiation. The program culminated in a general strike in early August 1992, the biggest in the country's history, when over 4 million workers stayed away. With Cyril Ramaphosa, his top negotiator, at his side, Mandela led more than 50,000 angry ANC supporters in a march to the seat of government at the Union Buildings in Pretoria. Mandela said this was the centerpiece of the strike. An enormous rally was held on the Great Lawn in front of the Union Buildings. In the distance, a solid line of policemen and soldiers maintained an uneasy presence. Mandela told the crowd that the demonstration must not overspill into violence. No attempt was made to storm the ramparts that day. But things turned ugly at the ANC insurrectionists' next target. An ANC procession of 70,000 crossed the border in an attempt to march on the capital of Ciskei, one of the nominally independent black homelands. Ciskei and its unpopular military leader were a challenge to the ANC's vision of a democratic and united South Africa. Jumpy soldiers opened fire without warning. 28 of the marchers were killed and more than 200 wounded, many of them while attempting to run away. A shaken Cyril Ramaphosa had to be helped to his feet after hitting the ground to duck the bullets. Mandela was appalled by the loss of life. Bisho, he said, had joined Boipatong as a byword for brutality. But this time, Mandela did not only blame F.W. de Klerk and the government, he was also furious with ANC militants for their parts in provoking the massacre. The country couldn't go on like this, and both Mandela and de Klerk realized they needed to start talking again.
The overriding driving force on both sides was to find a peaceful settlement. And fortunately, both the two leaders had the vision to understand that better than the breakdown in maybe their personal relations, and that the country was more important than the two of them.
Mandela somehow managed to conceal his delight when he arrived at the World Trade Center for a special summit to get talks with F.W. de Klerk going again. Behind the scenes, he edged ahead in the psychological war that's part of politics in general, and negotiations in particular. Mandela thought de Klerk could not afford to let the talks collapse again. The ANC set 3 preconditions for a resumption, the most contentious of which was the release of certain ANC members who were on death row for terrorist offences. De Klerk balked. A series of tense phone calls followed, with Mandela warning him, no prisoners, no summit.
President de Klerk came to the phone. Mandela said, I want McBride and them released before I meet you tomorrow. It was a Saturday meeting. President de Klerk said he was in a cabinet meeting, this, that, and the other. He said, I'll give you an hour. They agreed on an hour. Hour later, he phoned. Mr. de Klerk wanted more time. We were now whispering to Madiba, and I was amongst them, saying, hey, Madiba, you're going too far.
The prisoners were released, and the landmark record of understanding was signed. Multi-party negotiations were back on again.
The channels of communication are open again.
The points of agreement outlined in the record of understanding constitute an important step forward toward breaking the CODESA II deadlock.
The deal brought the government and the ANC closer together. After the collapse of negotiations, the government had been doing some soul-searching. Led by the liberal-minded Rolf Meyer, a change in its ideological mindset started taking place.
Thank you very much.
Majority rule seemed less evil than it was made out to be. The survival of the Afrikaners, so it was thought, could still be guaranteed by protecting individual rights.
It was almost as if the question of majority versus minority became redundant, because we were looking for finding a clear solution to South Africa that will guarantee and safeguard individual rights for all.
Meyer's democracy or nothing view opened a deep rift in the government side. Ironically, Kobie Coetzee, who started talks with Mandela in prison a decade earlier, became leader of the reactionary faction. According to Meyer, de Klerk wasn't among the stragglers, despite a general belief otherwise.
FW himself was not, it was not too difficult to persuade him, if at all. I think he was understanding that this was the need to move forward.
You could see now suddenly there were those who were prepared to walk into this future and those who were saying, no, 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 we're giving too much. But giving too much meant we are abandoning white minority power.
The ANC was also looking for ways to bridge the gap between power sharing and majority rule. In a later quid pro quo, it approved the so-called sunset clauses, which provided for a fixed period of compulsory power sharing and safeguards on jobs for whites employed by the state. This Weekly Mail expose, as early as July 1991, was one of the occasional breakthroughs linking the security forces with Inkatha. Hard evidence of third force involvement in political violence was proving tenaciously resistant to pin down. Not all of the political violence was part of an organized conspiracy either.
The Goldstone Commission, appointed to investigate alleged third force activities, initially struggled to make any headway. But nearly a year after formal negotiations began between the governments and the ANC, the Commission stumbled across a secret military intelligence unit running a dirty tricks campaign out of this rather ordinary office block in a plush suburb of Pretoria.
Lawyer Turi Pretorius headed up the team which made the discovery. A search for a notorious apartheid assassin led them to one of the military's prime covert operations.
The guy in charge there, while he was sitting there, he got a telephone call from another guy that said, listen, I've got good information, you are going to be raided, when he was already raided, so.
Not the sort of hardware one expects of sophisticated death squads, but these modified screwdrivers could be used to lethal effect. When stabbed into someone, they released poison through tiny holes.
Kind of thing. And
the booby-trapped headphones of this Walkman tape player killed an ANC lawyer. Pretorius was at first skeptical about the existence of a third force, but it was devices like these that helped change his mind.
Initially, I also thought, no, there isn't this big third force operating. It's only after I've seen the evidence that I came around. So I was duped.
Then there was the frustration of trying to get on top of intricate conspiracies and hit squads.
One would miss a lot of things. I mean, it's very difficult to fully comprehend and understand that these guys will take a year to set up a front company in Europe and work back from Europe, working back to South Africa. It takes some time before one quite fully understands how these things work and to fully comprehend it.
Mandela was shattered when Chris Hani was gunned down. He said it was further proof of a third force. Hani was the perfect target for anyone wanting to cause maximum disruption. He was the hero of the radical youth, Secretary General of the Communist Party, and former commander of the ANC's armed wing, who only recently had come to accept the need for negotiations. Mandela described the murder as an act of mad desperation and attempt to derail the negotiation process. 2 white right-wingers were arrested. The gun that was used had been part of a batch of arms stolen from an Air Force base. The American journalist Richard Stengel was helping Mandela write his memoirs when Hani was killed.
We were doing an interview, it was early in the morning, it was in the Transkei. He got a phone call, and again, it was an example of this incredible reserve that he had. He was on the phone, and his face became this mask of concern. And it was just yes, no, yes, I'll be right there. He asked just a few questions. I mean, in a crisis, he became kind of the soul of calm.
After he had been told that Chris had in fact died, he went to Chris's family in Koffenbaba. He didn't come straight to Johannesburg. He went first to Koffenbaba because later on he said that it was very important that we take care of Chris's family and what they were feeling at that time.
There were fears that retaliatory violence could spark an apocalyptic racial war. F.W. de Klerk released a statement expressing his condolences, but Mandela went on national television and in a presidential-sounding appeal exhorted the country to remain calm.
Our pain and anger is real, yet we must not permit ourselves to be provoked by those who seek to deny us the very freedom Chris Hani gave his life for. Let us respond with dignity in a disciplined fashion.
It was the most dangerous moment that we had reached in the entire negotiating process, because all the fears of people had become focused on this one incident, that if this could happen to Chris, who else was safe?
There was a huge outcry from the masses that there has to be an election immediately, and no further negotiations on the detail to bring things to an end and to a closure. And that was in April of 1993. And it was Mandela who rose up and immediately said, Chris Hani would have expected us to complete the negotiations. So let's carry on.
General Constant Viljoen urging his followers in the right-wing umbrella grouping, the Afrikaner Volksfront, to restrain themselves. But they were intent on smashing their way into the World Trade Center. The negotiators' vision of a new South Africa did not equate with theirs. After Chris Hani's assassination, the negotiations were accelerated. The ANC had insisted on setting a date for the country's first genuine elections. The 27th of April 1994 was agreed on, less than a year away. By choice, these right-wingers weren't part of the negotiations. They didn't believe a multiracial democracy would work and wanted a separate Afrikaner state. Mandela had always seen these people as formidable enemies who could sabotage the transition to majority rule. Many served in the army and police, and were almost certainly behind the third force. Their numerous supporters in the military and civil service would also be able to frustrate the work of a future black government. The protesters petulantly took up seats hastily vacated by the negotiators. You can see their abandoned briefcases. Eugene Terreblanche, whose lunatic AWB was part of the Volksfront grouping, claimed it was their finest hour. Extremists at the other end of the political spectrum carried out a far more violent attack on a church in Cape Town. 11 people lay dead among the pews after a group of 5 masked black men stormed in, firing automatic guns and lobbing hand grenades. The massacre was blamed on APLA, the military wing of the PAC, which had boasted of killing whites in the past.
It is an indication of the desperation of extremists who wish at all costs to prevent a peaceful, negotiated and democratic solution.
Is the most diabolical act that could take place in our country when we are on the verge of achieving a major success of agreeing on an interim constitution.
In a way, South Africans had become accustomed to the worst imaginable outrages. But the attack on worshippers in this church plunged new levels of depravity. Like the massacre at Bishu, it seemed to impel the negotiators towards reaching an agreement. Within months, the new constitution that Cyril Ramaphosa referred to was adopted. It was a grand compromise between power sharing and majority rule. while the winning party in South Africa's first democratic elections would wield real power, there were enough checks and balances to keep whites happy.
Shortly, we shall be witnessing the birth of a new constitution.
But before the new constitution was approved, there was a final tussle between de Klerk and Mandela over how cabinet decisions would be made. De Klerk was holding out for a formula requiring the new president to have a 2/3 majority on major issues. This was far too high for Mandela.
Our proposal was that cabinet would function and take decisions in the spirit of consensus seeking. But if consensus failed, majority.
In the end, de Klerk agreed to this too.
We wanted the win-win situation all the way, and we got the win-win situation. We are winners and losers. South Africa is the winner.
Congress could believe it. We got majority rule. Even in a government of national unity. Some Congress in our team did not believe we would get that.
What we have achieved in that interim constitution brought about freedom for all, freedom also for the white minority in South Africa. And proof of that lies in the fact that you find white representatives in practically all political parties today. If it were only a black party versus a white party in the end, I don't think South Africa would have ever seen peace.
If Mandela was feeling worn out by the time official campaigning began for South Africa's first democratic elections, he was determined not to show it. At 3/4 of a century old, this was something he'd wanted all his life. But there were still doubts whether the election would happen at all.
Chief Buthelezi, do you have any optimism for today's talk?
By Buthelesi's Inkatha and the Afrikaner Volksfront to register sent an ominous signal. Together they could tear South Africa apart. But an abortive expedition in support of another homeland leader who was holding out against democracy ended in complete humiliation for the Volksfront. The presence of ultra-racist AWB members among the Volksfront forces, shooting at bystanders as they drove through the streets of Bophuthatswana, provoked a mutiny by the Homeland's army. As the Volksfront withdrew, a last car in an AWB convoy was fired on.
Can you get the ambulance? Are you finished with your photos and stuff? Please get
Its
the
3
fucking
occupants
ambulance
were
now.
shot like dogs in front of rolling television cameras.
Nobody.
Their brutal public execution helped change the mood of resistance among the white right wing. General Viljoen was appalled by the fiasco and decided at the last minute to leave the rest of the Volksfront and contest the election through his own party, the Freedom Front. Buthelezi held out longer, completely opposed to the election and the new constitution, which he saw as belittling the Zulus. Mandela tried to conciliate with Buthelezi, even saying he was prepared to go down on his knees to avert bloodshed, but the deadlock remained.
With only a month to go to the election, this part of Johannesburg resembled a war zone. Chief Buthelezi seemed impervious to all appeals to take part in the election and organised a provocative protest involving thousands of Inkatha supporters wielding shields, spears and clubs outside the ANC's former headquarters here at Shell House.
It was an incongruous spectacle on the streets of modern Johannesburg. Mandela had apparently warned de Klerk of the planned march on the ANC headquarters, but nothing was done to stop it. As the marchers approached, Mandela ordered the security guards to protect the building, even if it meant killing people. Accounts vary about who fired first. A full-scale gun battle ensued, and 53 people were killed. It was the worst carnage of its kind in a South African city. The country was appalled, but it was also shocked that Mandela had stopped police from entering Shell House after the massacre to search for weapons. Elections seemed impossible in such a fraught atmosphere. Then, like General Constant Viljoen before him, Buthelezi suddenly announced he'd take part in the elections after all. He had taken brinkmanship as far as he possibly could. The election was just a week away.
This agreement is a leap forward for peace
reconciliation, nation building, and an inclusive election process.
When Mandela voted for the first time in his life, it wasn't in the Transkei where he was born, or Johannesburg, which had become his adoptive home. Instead, in a characteristically symbolic gesture, he went to KwaZulu-Natal to reassure people in that province where politically motivated killings had claimed the most number of lives. But the moment the election results were in, and it was apparent the ANC would form the new government, Mandela said his mission was to build trust and confidence throughout the whole country.
Nelson Mandela said he never lost hope that South Africa would one day be a democracy. But even his imagination would have been stretched by the massive ceremony that was held to inaugurate him as South Africa's first black president. The predictions of a racial war had been disproved. And in the sandstone amphitheatre of the Union buildings, for decades as the seat of white supremacy, there was a palpable sense of national rebirth as Mandela was sworn in.
Will you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
In a typically South African tale, Michael Corbett, the Chief Justice who administered the oath, saved Mandela 30 years earlier from the most hated prison commander on Robben Island. Corbett and two fellow judges had gone to the island to investigate reports of brutality. To their amazement, the prison head, a certain Colonel Badenhorst, started threatening Mandela while he was listing his grievances.
We reprimanded the officer and told him to keep quiet and let Mandela say his say.
The judges didn't need any further convincing. They put through a report which led to the prison head's removal.
The feeling was that he had destroyed any confidence that the commanding officer was entitled to from the prisoners. And that was an irreversible situation.
Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another and suffer the indignity. And suffer the indignity of being the scum of the world.
There was an immense pride that in that dignified presence of Mandela, there on the podium, being sworn in. And he was saying, never, 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 never again.
And never
and
again.
he remembered that you shared prison with him and he'd been there 27 years. That he had gone through every strategy and every tactic and survived.
The sun shall never set on so glorious a human achievement. Let freedom reign. God bless Africa. I thank you.